さ夜の闇に飲まれた姿ディスラブド生まれ落ちたそこが墓場か痛いやられた衝動の先がないのか死んだように眠りたい眠るような死を願って目を閉じた生きとし生けるものは変わるただ一人だけが取り残された吐いてた灰をかぶった悲劇のヒロインですらないならなんだ勾配の後悔のさなか顔を隠した月に指を刺されたい死んだように眠りたいそして目が覚めたら皆嘘だったシスラ生ぬるい仕打ちと通信番楽なんだがまだ生きてたさっきはに見えた星は消えた方角を示した向かう先に道はない通りはないどうでもいい唾を吐き捨てた
Okay, we are streaming. This is the Collins Show. We're talking about conspiracies today. What else I gonna say about a conspiracy? Oh, right. There was that guy. I forget his name. Sorry, R.I.P. This guy who set himself on fire outside of Donald Trump's trial, his trial that's been, whatever, in New York. Guy set himself on fire. He died a couple days ago as a result of setting himself on fire. And because he set himself on fire, his blog has been getting some attention. It seems like that's why he set himself on fire, was to get some readership for his blog. Cool conspiracy guy on this blog talking about the global kleptocracy. That's the word I never heard before. That's when the con men, the con artists, are at the tippy top of the pyramid, and they've stolen the seat of power behind our backs. He's talking about how cryptocurrency is the first interplanetary Ponzi scheme. And, a whole bunch of other things. He said Shark Tank wasn't real. That's what got me. Fuck! What am I watching it for then, dude? Alright, anyway, but it was a weird blog. I read through all these posts. He wasn't making. He made some good points, but a lot of it was really just kind of like, a series of hunches. But that's sort of, that's what you're dealing with conspiracy theories. There's so much evidence. There's only so much evidence that a peon like one of us could get at. And you got to fill in a lot of the blanks yourself, which is what we're going to do today. Let's figure out the grand unified theory of everything. What is going on? What is going on? What is the conspiracy that runs the world? Or maybe you just got like a more micro conspiracy, something a little smaller scale, a local conspiracy. Maybe people have conspired against you to just make fun of you or something. There's a conspiracy against your sense of fashion, or no one's laughing at your jokes because there's a conspiracy. I don't know, there's some personal conspiracies is what I'm saying as well. This might be surprising to some of you, but I'm pretty much a noob when it comes to conspiracies. I know how deep the rabbit hole goes, and I know that I'm not one of those guys who knows all the stuff, all the crazy stuff. But I'm open to it. I'm open to every conspiracy theory, even the racist ones. Whatever conspiracy theory you can throw at me, I'll listen. And it doesn't matter to me if you're crazy. I like listening to crazy people, especially over the internet, not in the same room as them. That's actually that's the only time I like it, really, because otherwise there's a lurking sense of unease, potential danger. Like I might just accidentally utter an activation phrase that makes a crazy person think that I'm a government plant who needs to be, taken care of. But over the internet, I'm safe. So I want to hear all your crazy theories, whatever you got. I think crazy people are good for the world, good for the economy. Not the economy, just the world. Even if it does seem like crazy ramblings, I think there's something that can be interpreted. So that was what this guy's blog was. Said a lot of crazy stuff, but I was just kind of treating him in my mind like a oracle or a shaman, and he's clearly divining some meaning out of a lot of YouTube videos, a lot of internet information. I was using him as a vessel for interpretation, and I love doing that. So let's do that today. Just talk to me about your crazy conspiracy theories. I don't care. I want to get into the nitty-gritty of whatever the hell you want to talk about. So the number to call in is 518-288-7938. I am opening the lines. 518-288-7938. I want to talk about, a bunch of different theories. So if we get a lot of similar stuff, I'm gonna have to ask you to, pull another conspiracy theory out of your butthole and make it interesting. Give me something new. All right, we have our first caller right now.
Call from
Jimmy Tim Tam.
Jimmy Tim Tams. Hello.
Is this Mr. the Minute Hour?
Yes, you're on the show. We're talking about conspiracy theories today.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I'm gonna start you all off strong. All right. So tell me, what do you know? Give me like a brief overview here.
Of every conspiracy theory in the world?
The big ones, the big ones.
I know nothing. I'm a blank slate. I want you to tell me.
All right. Apologies.
No.
I'll start you off here. Whatever anyone here is thinking, whatever you've heard about, like some Jews, I don't know, like tunnels. No, none of that. No reptilians or aliens.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's the Indians, right? Nothing to do with race though. They're making Homo superior somewhere in there.
Okay,
They're making them out of.
You talk about India or Native Americans?
Yeah, not like dot, not feather. That's my bad.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have clarified.
Okay, I gotcha. So what is Homo superior? What does that mean?
So like the concept of Homo superior is like the overman, like the next evolution of mankind, so to speak.
They're doing that in India?
They're making it out of supercars.
Out of supercars? What?
Yeah, they're making the overman out of supercars. You know how they have like the place is filled, like Dubai is filled with Lamborghinis and shit?
Yes.
That's what they're making the evolution of man out of.
They're fusing man and luxury vehicle?
Yeah.
Or is... Okay.
This is everything in the world is coming together specifically to allow their success. So as the human race can prosper.
What is it about cars? I mean, I think about cars, and that seems like a step back in evolution, because cars need, like, roads to even work.
I don't know. It's something the Indians know.
That's above our pay grade.
Yeah,
okay.
I've been looking into it. But on the note of some other conspiracies, I'll get to it. But sorry, you first.
Did you have a smoking gun here? Like, what is the? Is it just that there are Lamborghinis in Dubai, or is there more to it than that? Dubai is also not India.
Is it?
I don't think it is.
Ignoring that, you have you seen those pictures of like those same supercars like collecting dust and stuff, right?
Okay.
That's not normal. No, normally somebody has a supercar, they take a pretty nice care of it. They get cherry. And you get over there, you see them covered in dust and left out and just kind of sitting around. You have to think, well, where's it all going?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's happening with this? There's something more here. I don't know.
All right, so you just know there's something fishy going on involving supercars and people. You interpreted that as supercars are the next race of the evolved human.
Yes, exactly that, actually.
Oh, cool. Well, I haven't heard that before.
I do my best.
Do a lot of people share
really
this, or is that just a personal theory?
I mean, I told it to like a few dudes, like one or two, and I think they were kind of on board with it, but like for the most part, they just kind of they just went to the gas station, they bought my cigarettes. That's all I needed them to do, and they stopped listening to me.
Yeah, I think it's a good start, but there's a lot more that can be uncovered there. But we'll keep boiling that, simmer it a bit. I think that's going to be a good conspiracy theory someday.
Absolutely, I'll get it there. You'll see me in the headlines. Profit. something along those lines. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get there.
Thank you for your call, man. Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you, Mr. The Minute Hour. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Call from
Dude boy Aaron.
Aaron, conspiracy. What do you got?
Bro, fuck, I actually did that. Okay,
Yeah, dude.
everyone who wants to call in, if you notice the conversations out of Dwell, call then, and your likelihood of getting on the stream is just way better. Anyways,
That's right.
that's my conspiracy. Not really. But,
What do you got?
dude, honestly, I kind of want to talk about, like, more of the nature of, like, the conspiracy theories we see today, because there's a bunch of random, like, you got the crazy shit, like last guy was saying. You got some weird, like, crackpot conspiracy theories, and then you got, like, generic, like, on social media, this company's out to get you. I'm like, of course they're out to get you. What do you fucking think? When has a big company, like late-stage capitalism, big pharma, ever been, like, good to anybody? You know what I mean?
You're saying it's not a conspiracy that giant corporations are, conspiring against you to take your money.
Like, that should be pretty fucking obvious. Like,
Right.
yeah, Facebook, Google, they're stealing your data to sell it to people for ads. TikTok's stealing your data for the Chinese government. What do you fucking want?
But what about you? Are you saying no conspiracy theory is worth your time, or do you harbor one? Is there one that's special to you?
No. See, with that, though, like what I just said, there's also, like, I feel like no one's immune to, like, conspiracy theories. At some point, one way or another, you're going to believe some sort of conspiracy theory, whether you want to or not.
Are you a sports guy?
No, I don't like talking about
damn it. All right, never mind. That was going to be a tangent.
was a
Never mind.
conspiracy. Oh, no, my bad.
I was just thinking of the conspiracy of, like, refs in professional sports working with the mob to cheat people out of gambling money.
I can totally. You ever watch that? Was it Lucky Number 11? I can see that.
Yeah, dude. I was just thinking about Lucky Number 11 recently.
That's funny.
All right, so you got...
So, what I do want to talk... Can I... What?
Yeah, sorry, go.
No, okay. Can I talk about my sisters, right? They be on some bullshit sometimes with, like, the COVID and 5G. They be fucking... They be... They be on that, like, exactly... like the really right-wing propaganda shit. Like my sister Kristen, right? She spent $100 buying these little, like epoxy fucking muffin tin made like things that absorb 5G.
Oh no.
And it's like, bro. And then okay, I'm just gonna start listening to some shit. She's talking about the COVID vaccine and why it's bad, but then she links the fucking website of like vaccine reporting incidents. The fucking thing is literally like anyone can post here. You can't use this to scientifically back up any argument because that's what she was trying to use it for. And we're like, Kristen, you can't cite this. It literally says this. And she's like, oh, well, if anything, that just makes it harder because they're trying to discredit these people.
Aaron, it sounds like you're practically anti-conspiracy theory. Is that accurate?
Baseless bullshit conspiracy theory.
That's what conspiracies are, dude.
Okay, but no, there's different levels. There's stuff you can logically glean, and then you got like the narcissist people that believe they're someone special. That out of the world, 7.8 billion people or whatever the fuck, they're the ones who know the truth. They're the ones who see what no one else sees.
They're reading between the lines.
Yeah, but they're the only ones who can do it.
There's got to be something you believe, Aaron, that's not based on, rigorous evidence and testing.
God, I feel like there is, but I can't come up with any off the top of my head. I guess I just wanted to bitch about my sisters because, like, when the vaccines came out, my sister pleaded with me not to get the fucking vaccine. She's like, Aaron, it's going to take away your humanity. It rewrites your mRNA, which rewrites your DNA. And I'm like, Kristen, or Rhea, calm down. No, like, I got it. One, I'm in the military, so I kind of fucking have to get it.
True.
And then two, like, She heard it from her friend who's a nurse. Therefore, it's true.
Well, okay. You know, we got to wrap it just because I'm trying to do quick calls. But, you know, I appreciate your skepticism today. Early on, we got skepticism on the conspiracy street.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for calling in, Aaron.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. See you.
Oh, damn. Okay. It's not me that hangs up on people like that. It's like they're been ringing at the end of the call, and then I click on it, and then it's like, call from, and it just immediately hangs up. It's Google. That's a conspiracy. Google's trying to censor your call. Hello?
Hi.
Paige?
Yeah.
We're talking conspiracies today. What do you got?
Havana syndrome. Have you heard of it?
I am very vaguely familiar with it. Please explain to our audience.
So it's a mysterious illness that has befallen a bunch of diplomats from the U.S., people who work throughout the world in different, places. It's being investigated by the Biden administration and actually being taken seriously, which is kind of cool. But they don't know exactly where it's coming from. They're assuming it's Russia, and they're assuming that it's also electromagnetic forces, I suppose.
Take a step back here. What are the symptoms of Havana syndrome? What does that mean?
So it causes severe headaches or head trauma. It's like if you stuck your head in a microwave, basically. Yeah.
Was there something also about hearing a sound or something?
Yeah, tinnitus is also one of the symptoms, but it's extreme tinnitus. And it keeps people, awake and stressed and just unable to really function. I'm not sure what the depth of the, illness is and how far it can go, but it sounds pretty severe.
Yeah, we don't, at this point, I don't think we know of anyone who's died from this, but it's a strange thing that is happening to a lot of, like you said, diplomats. I thought it was diplomats in Cuba, and that's why it's called Havana syndrome. Or was that not right?
Yeah, that was the very first instance of reports, and it's been going on for, I want to say, over a couple of decades at this point, but it's never really been taken very seriously. There are large swaths of people online who believe that they're targeted individuals, kind of like how the last caller was like, oh, I'm special. That they believe that the same kind of, weapon is being used against them, or that it's DARPA related and stuff like that. So it's pretty interesting to read into.
Yeah, what are the sorts of theories of how people get it? Is it something that's being delivered through electronics, or what are the theories out there?
Some of the older theories were that Russian spies would install stuff into, radios or refrigerators. So any loud noises that you would hear, or kind of humming noises, or that tinnitus kind of buzzing, could be traced back. Some reports did find certain things like bugs or electromagnetic interference devices. I don't know the details too well. But in recent times, people who do have just awful tinnitus and maybe schizoaffective disorders, they seem to clasp onto Havana syndrome especially, and are, this is it, this is totally all of my symptoms, and I'm getting targeted. So,
right. Because with this Havana syndrome, tinnitus is one of the symptoms, but like you're saying earlier, it's also intense headache and confusion and
nausea, yeah, unable to sleep, which does just cause psychotic symptoms on its own anyway. So
right. So at this point, there's really no real concrete information as to where it's coming from or what it is, but it does seem like a thing that is happening.
Oh, yeah. It is actually being looked into very seriously now. The Biden administration, I think it was during Trump's administration, a bunch of diplomats were having similar symptoms to the original that had been reported in Cuba. And it's been so many diplomats at this point that they can't really ignore it. It's not just diplomats, it's other government officials too that are experiencing symptoms like that. So it is being looked into, but I'm not sure if there's an official, report on what exactly is happening to these people.
And if it did, and if it, the government did find out, and it was something crazy, would they even, would we know about it? Really? What's your personal theory? No accountability here. You don't have to worry about, being right or wrong. Just give me an idea. What's your idea?
I do think that there are, serious investigations into it now, and that it had to have, multiple people experiencing similar symptoms to be taken seriously at all. That considering the Cold War era, I wouldn't put it past our, international adversaries to try and figure out how they can mess with our administration and the way that we do politics. So
you're saying Russia?
Well, depending. I mean, China, Russia, or any other country that has, economic interests above our own.
Mm-hmm. And this is like, it seems like it's targeting a specific, people who work for the state. Do you think this is it a trial run for something that could be doled out to the masses?
I don't know. I mean, a lot of these targeted
I know you don't know, but what do you think?
Eventually, in the future, sure, I could see it being used as a weapon, if they figure out exactly what is causing it. But I wouldn't put it past our own, forces to try to reverse engineer and also use the same thing or something similar.
Right.
Probably will be used as a weapon in maybe 20 years.
I love the idea of the you get a disease from sound or from like your electronics or something, because that seems so deployable. You could just
yeah. I mean, a lot of the weird tinnitus stuff they're looking into fracking too, or just different kinds of pipes that are being used for oil purposes. And they do produce odd noises. There was a dude on YouTube who was investigating into that like all year last year and gave up his findings, but I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
All right. Well, cool stuff. Yeah. Thank you very much for calling in.
Have a good day.
All right. Bye-bye. Havana syndrome. I do remember reading about. That's in the news. Does that make it a conspiracy? That's hard to... Matt?
Yeah, this is Matt.
What's up? We're talking conspiracies today.
I'm coming to you with a unique conspiracy fact.
What?
So, this is a local conspiracy, and I know for a fact that this is something that's actually happening because I have a friend who's deep into it.
Okay.
He's deep into local politics, and it all has to do with youth soccer.
Okay. I'm intrigued.
So there's this dude, right? He's like on some like county zoning board thing, and he's also a soccer coach for the local Parks and Rec. Mm-hmm. His whole deal is that recently the new school board increased, or this wasn't so recent, this was like a couple of years ago, like 10 years ago, they increased the prices to rent out soccer fields for like soccer practice, and anytime anybody wants to do anything on the soccer fields, they have to pay a certain amount of money. Uh-huh. So this dude, he's part of the FBI, decided that he would control every aspect of local government just to decrease those prices. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's got guys in the sheriff, he's got guys in the school board, he's got guys everywhere.
This is your buddy?
No, not my buddy.
Oh, sorry.
My buddy worked for this guy.
Okay.
He's into it. He's part of the allegiance people.
He's on the FBI guy's side to reduce prices.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on his payroll, and that means he gets to just do whatever the fuck he wants when it comes to his specific portion of the local government. So it's crazy. He's got like posters of himself hanging up in like local government buildings. It's like absolutely fucking nuts.
So this big shot guy came into this small town and he took everything over. Was this his lifelong residence, or what's the guy's story here? Why this town? Why now?
Well, I guess he just lives in the town and he's lived here forever. I don't know what he did for the FBI, and my friend won't tell me, but he's just really into youth soccer for some fucking reason.
Is that, I mean, I know what I'm thinking, where this is going. What are you thinking? What's the end game for this youth soccer FBI guy?
I have absolutely no idea. I don't know if it's some kind of like weird small town Epstein's Island thing, or if it's just a dude who really wants youth soccer to be like his hobby.
Affordable for the masses.
Yeah. But my friend has this like flash drive filled with just evidence of this dude doing all this shit and like bankrolling all these people on like local school boards, local like parks and rec boards.
So this guy, like, he's given the playbook for how you take over a small local jurisdiction.
Pretty much. It could be some kind of like a mini FBI war game, and everybody's trying to compete to see what local providence they could take over. But he's really into the fucking youth soccer. And I think he pays like, I don't know what the normal fee is, but I think that he specifically pays half that.
Damn, so mission accomplished.
Yeah.
He's now...
And he's really into, like, he pays off these judges, not the judges, the fucking, what are the sports judges? Not like, referees. He pays off these referees. And he just...
For what? To win the games?
Runs it. To win the games.
Dude, this guy is the king.
Listen, the people, I'm looking at the chat, people are like, why are you snitching on your friend? Nobody's going to know who this is except for my friend. This runs so deep, and this is probably the only recorded like instance of anybody ever talking about this.
Oh no.
It's like an open, closed secret.
God. But is that that's the main aim of this takeover is it's squarely focused on youth soccer?
He hasn't done anything else with his fucking power. He hasn't done a single goddamn thing outside of decrease the amount of money he's paying for the youth soccer.
Wow. I mean, it seems like a lot of time and effort to devote to that cause, really.
You would think, but he's doing it. My friend's on the payroll. He gets like a certain amount of money in cash every single month just to run shit.
And so he's talked to you about it. He thinks it's shady, too.
Yeah, he's talked to me about it, and he's like, dude, I buried this flash drive at a certain location.
What?
If I go missing, I'm serious. It's like, if I ever go missing, dig it up, and then go to the local, like, press about it.
That's crazy. That's a whole new level.
It's fucking nuts.
Are you worried?
I mean, not really.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's been like 6 months since he told me,
Okay.
and he hasn't been killed, and I haven't been killed.
Right.
But I don't think me going on, like, the minute-hour talk show is going to get me killed.
God, I hope not.
But, like, yeah. I mean, I don't know what happens then. Like, who's going to dig up the flash drive if I'm not around?
You gotta, you gotta have a backup now. You gotta have a fail safe. But then if you start spreading the word too much about where this flash drive is, then it's probably increases the chance of being killed early.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure people have been killed over this, for the record.
The soccer thing?
The local, I mean, I guess it's part of the soccer thing, I don't know if they've been killed because of soccer specifically, but I know that they have been killed.
Mysterious deaths around you lately?
At least 3 mysterious deaths that have been pointed out to me within the last 6 months that have gone unsolved.
What?
And they were all like local government like figures, or like I think one was a cop. Yeah, one was a fucking cop.
Dude, you're fucked. You and your friend. I'm sorry.
We're not fucked because he's part of the fucking weird like Masonic soccer group.
For now, until he says something wrong and, you know, freaking his loyalty is questioned and compromised.
Maybe.
I don't know.
But then that's where I come in. I dig up the flash drive.
Okay, good. All right, well, there is a plan then.
I don't fucking know.
All right, dude,
Yeah,
thank you
there's
for
a plan.
calling in. That's a very interesting
course.
local conspiracy.
I had to tell somebody.
Yeah, before
I had
you're
to tell
dead and
somebody.
gone.
All right, take care, man.
All right, have a good one.
Call from
Dakota.
Dakota,
Hello.
we're talking conspiracies today. What do you got?
So, I just want to say before we start that that guy is cooked. They probably have traced him already.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way.
But
Sorry
it
to
is what
say.
it is.
R.I.P. Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
Right.
it is what it is. But I'd like to talk to you about something that Purdue University's got going on called the Synthetic Environment for Analysis and Simulations, also known as SEAS. It's being used by Homeland Security, and they also work with the NSA, and they basically have data on every U.S. citizen, and they can simulate your response to any given event or crisis.
In what?
So-
What does that mean? Like they've got a big like Sim City game going, and all the little Sims have like profiles, and they're running things. What is it? How are they simulating that?
So everybody has a digital double using AI and the compilation of everything you've ever done online.
Right, like because there's all your ad profiles got like everything you've ever looked at ever, right?
Essentially. And they can, you know, through the use of that AI, take the aggregate of how you respond to different inputs, and they can take different demographics and say, you know, how would these people respond to this event or that event? And, you know, they can then fabricate any number of things to get a desired public outcome.
So when you're talking about this event or that event, is it like massive like terrorist shit, or is it like policies, or like what are the events you're sort of talking about? What are they
Well,
simulating?
here's the thing is, I know the method is there. I'm not entirely sure what they would use it for, but I would assume it could be any number of things. It's not exactly public information what they do use it for, but there's stuff on the Purdue University website. Homeland Security has some PDFs on their site in regards to
So this is a
how it works.
government funded university program?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, what do you think,
Correct.
you personally, beyond what they might, try to figure out, do you think that it could possibly be accurate? And then second, do you think that whether it's accurate or not, people actually would look at this program and see it as valid and like make decisions based on it?
Well, they've been using it for maybe, what was it? Can't quite remember. I think it was something like 8 years.
Okay.
So, no. It's existed for 20 years, but since the advent of AI, it's gotten a lot more accurate. is basically their report.
Do you think it could possibly be accurate? That seems like a very powerful simulation.
Right. Well, I think in regards to, would this person like this meme and propagate it? I think for stuff like that, it would be almost 100% accurate.
Okay.
If they could manipulate algorithms and stuff. As much as in the event of this terrible crisis that this person has never encountered in their life, I don't think it could be 100% accurate, maybe 20% accurate. That's just a guess,
Right. So you don't think it would be accurate for something really consequential, but do you think that authority figures would still want to use something like that?
Well, they do. So
They do?
I guess so.
It's like it's in practice in government. It's not just like some sort of experimental crazy thing that they're I hope in 20 years this will be good.
Homeland Security actively uses it. I'm not sure about other organizations.
Good Lord.
Someone in chat is saying, lolly lule lo.
Yeah.
You got it, buddy.
Yeah. All right, so that's a cool idea then. So then potentially the government is not looking at what's actually happening. They're looking at what a bunch of AI versions of us are how we're going to react to things.
Well, they do both, but yes. I did have one other thing I wanted to talk about.
Go for it.
And that's you see this advent of like the YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. You got the TikToks.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the classics here and bring up MK Ultra.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if there's anything else that goes into this, but I will say that special interests and these technocrats and stuff are big into controlling people and brokering their data. If you're exposed to one thing long enough, you start to kind of integrate it as your own idea. If you're like, man, I really think that this thing is cool, and then you see it everywhere, and then you kind of build your identity around it. Again, with the use of AI, they can go, okay, so this guy is susceptible to this or that. And it doesn't have to be a peer-reviewed thing, mind you, so it can be a wide-scale thing. Like a lot of people say, like, oh, they don't have the time to, like, target people's interests and stuff like that. Well, they don't have to. It's, the processing power that these big companies have, they can do it seamlessly. They can basically go, okay, we're going to expound on this guy's interest here, or we're going to, wait, we need people to believe this, so in a roundabout way, we can make them see this for 10 hours a day, and they'll start to, they can accelerate different patterns of thinking in the public eye with the use of memetics. And that's really going to be the name of the game, I think.
Do you think in that case, like the, you talk about like the internet and apps, is it the corporations that are pushing ideas? Is it the government? Are they working hand in hand? Or is it, I think sort of like if there wasn't a direct program that like something they're really trying to achieve, like in terms of thought control or something, I would feel like what the purpose of what these apps are doing is they just want you to be on the app all day, every day, because that's how they make money, or their website or something. But do you think it's more specifically like there's some sort of programming goal in mind, or is it just that they want to have your attention 100% of the time?
Well, I think that these platforms have their own agendas that are more about getting money and stuff like that. Maybe Facebook's a bit more nefarious. But I do think that people manipulate those algorithms for their own personal goals. I think that the government definitely has a hand in it.
It's sort of like you can, the government, even if they weren't, involved from the outset, which might be a more crazy conspiracy theory, they can see everyone's spending all their time on the internet on these 3 websites, so we might as well infiltrate these websites and, for our own goals.
Right. Well, I mean, if you were a conglomerate of like-minded people controlling a society or attempting to control a society, and the technology existed, you would definitely use it.
Right. Absolutely.
So.
All right. Hey, well, thank you for calling in. Good to hear from you.
Hey, it's been good to talk to you. Your content is fantastic. Been a fan for like 10 years. I think I can speak for everybody. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much.
You have a good day.
Appreciate that. Have a good one. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. Play a little bit more music. All the music from this stream is from TohLPeaks. You can see it on the screen here, TohLPeaks. I don't really know the exact way to pronounce that, but it's some guy I found on SoundCloud this morning. So that's what I do for the stream. I got to find someone. I never do it in advance. Just find it the morning of. And so this is the guy this morning. Cool stuff. The SoundCloud link to this guy is in the description of this video. So if you like the music that's playing during the stream, you can click on that link and let's do it all for free. And we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, this is the call-in show. We are back. We are taking calls. The number is 518-288-7938. We're talking about conspiracies today. Any conspiracy? Oh, good Lord. Any conspiracy you got? We had some local conspiracies. We had some international. We had some national. Ooh, regional conspiracies next?
Clarence! Yeah.
Clarence?
Hey, dude, what's up?
Hey, good to hear from you, bro.
What's the topic?
Conspiracies.
Oh, yeah, dude, you probably don't remember, but first time I called in to the call-in show was conspiracies, and I was talking about the brain drain conspiracy. You know what I'm talking about?
No, that was so long ago. But, dude, that's an old stream. You've been around for so long.
Yeah, dude, the basics are, like...
You're going to rehash the brain drain, dude? We already did it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I got I'm looking at my roommate here. He's probably got something to say about conspiracies. You want to talk to Mr. The Minute Hour, Mickey? All right, this is my roommate, Mickey.
Okay. Mickey?
Yep, what can I do for you?
What? Hello?
Yeah, what can I do for you? What's the question?
Conspiracies. We're talking You got a conspiracy you heard of? Maybe something, maybe just a personal conspiracy, but, what do you got?
Oh, yeah. They're definitely trying to impose limitations on us in all forms and different ways, like food. Like, All of our food is poisoned. You think about Bill Gates.
Oh.
I mean, the things that he's trying to push to standardize within food production is, we're making our kids retarded and autistic with that stuff. And not to be insulting, but I've seen families ruined because of the inability to access clean and healthy food.
So
and
what
on top of that, you look at water and energy. I mean, think about it. Anyone who's invented an alternative fuel vehicle that runs on water, what happens to them?
They get plugged.
Exactly. Amen, brother. And so the thing is, at some point, we're going to have to start thinking for ourselves and organizing our own systems and coming together, centralized on no other authority other than love and harmony and peace.
That's nice.
And we're going to have to.
What do you eat? What do you eat? How do you avoid the poisoned Bill Gates food? What do you eat?
I connect with my local markets and food growers, and also neighborhood gardens.
For real?
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. What are you making? What you cook, or you just kind of eat that? You just munch on some local greens.
Mostly munching on. So there's a few different diets. Normally through the day and day, I just eat normal, basic, raw foods.
Like what?
I'm not trying to be fancy with it. I'm just trying to get the energy I need and then go about my day. But, come dinner time, we'll do something fancy. And normally I don't do the cooking. It's normally my mother or my wife or some other friend who has more experience in that regard.
Some other woman.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So you don't think of food as like, you're not like a hedonistic pleasures guy who wants to eat the most decadent meal. You're eating food for energy.
Oh, yeah, true. I mean, it's what it is. Calories. I mean, if you take the word and how calories used in the engineering field, it's a term used for energy. Mm-hmm. And so we can look at food as what it is, and it's an energy source, allows our bodies to burn and work as machines. But, I'm not ashamed of enjoying something fancy or decadent every now and then, like on my birthday.
What'd you eat your last birthday?
Oh, I had sirloin steak and a mix of green veggies, or just things from the garden. Just absolutely love it. I mean,
nice.
Grass-fed beef is completely different than the stuff you normally get elsewhere.
All right, so you don't think grass-fed beef is a conspiracy? Well, you're not looking at like national meat suppliers. You got local people.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. And so you're living your best life. I mean, how do you feel about all the people who are eating just the regular grocery store feed? Does that make you sad or mad or?
It makes me sad most of the part because they could be opting into a more healthier, sustainable system that involves not only the health of their bodies but of their community as well. I mean, all of our financing and funding and economy is outsourced. What about the small towns, the small people?
When's the last time you ate McDonald's?
Oh, my goodness. I hate to admit it, but it was a couple weeks ago. And it's usually always with friends. It's always like, there's nothing else. You guys have nothing in your fridge.
There's no women around who are going to cook something nice. Yeah.
Yep, and it's like you got to eat. And, I've already done the fasting and all that, and it's like, damn, I know I'm going to get myself sick, but whatever. It's Friday.
I mean, what'd you think when you sink your teeth into that McDonald's McDouble or whatever you got? Like, are you thinking, oh, my God, this is why everyone eats this. They're addicted. Mm-hmm. Oh, so you love it.
Well, it's truly disgusting because at the same time as I'm eating it, I'm having to lie to myself.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
But you did it. It wasn't that.
I mean, it wasn't that bad. I had to do it. I was quite hungry. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, hey, man, thank you. Could I just say bye to Clarence real quick?
Yeah, sure.
It's great talking to you, though, Mickey.
Yeah, thank you. He's a good boy. You treat him well.
All right.
Hey, what's up?
Clarence, can I ask you an honest question?
Yes, sir.
Are you Mickey?
No, I'm not. I'm not Mickey. Here, I'm here with my roommate Maxwell. You've talked to him before, and Mickey doesn't live in the party house anymore. He had to move out, but he left some cool rocks.
Okay, I actually don't want to talk to more people.
Okay, but no, I'm not Mickey. That's actually
I believe you.
I noticed after chat got done roasting him, they were kind of behind him. So he's a smart guy. He's got some important things to say.
I believe you 100%. I just wanted to check to make sure. But thank you for calling in, Clarence. Thanks for putting Mickey on.
Yeah, no problem, man. You take it easy. Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Call from.
No, I just missed it. The thing is, it is my fault because I want to hear the name, and waiting for the name is what makes Google hang up on you. So I'm sorry. 518-288-7938. Call in now. We're talking about conspiracies. Any kind of conspiracy. Who's this?
Call from.
I don't know what's an LR.
What? Hello?
Hello. It's me again.
Is it Aaron again?
It's not Aaron. It's
Who
Connor with an OR.
Gee, you sounded like Aaron for a second. All right, Connor, what's up?
No, Aaron. No, so okay, with conspiracies,
yeah.
I would say I used to be like kind of a big conspiracy person, not so much anymore. But my favorite, and one that I don't even think is really a conspiracy theory, is the Finders. Do you know anything about the Finders?
Never heard of it.
Okay, so essentially, they are a to my understanding, and there's a lot that like goes into that, but they are like an ex-Cold War like psyop group or spy group or something, right? That like just went rogue and started like a satanic sex cult.
Oh.
And the CIA just covered that shit up for like a super long time, and this sounds fucking insane, right? Like I know you're probably like looking at me funny over there, but like the only content I've absorbed from this is like the official FBI report and for it, right? Them looking into it and just their like 300-page document.
So give us a little information on this then. Like I don't know anything about this. So what's the story?
So, and I haven't looked into it in a good long while. This is just something from the Yeldon days. But from what I remember, they like operate near the border of Mexico and shit, and they just kidnap illegal immigrants and just take them into their little fucking like satanic sex dungeon shit. And they like the FBI report has like schematics for these hideouts that run under preschools and shit, and like they find shit with little paper plates with pentagrams on it. That's fucking insane. It's awesome.
Who'd you say they worked for initially?
The CIA, I believe.
Okay, so they used to be doing this for the government. Now now they split off and they're doing it for their own aims, or were they doing something different for the government?
It was something in the Cold War. I think they were like disinformation people or something. But they went rogue, and the CIA, that would be a fucking PR disaster, right? So they had to cover it up. So they just like essentially helped them and just like pushed them away.
Oh.
So it wouldn't come to light.
It would be bad for the CIA if people found that out. So the CIA helped them.
Yeah, just covered it up.
Okay.
And the FBI was the one who like did a report on it, and they have like this big long 300-page thing on it. So like one theory with it is that like it's all fabricated and it's just like interdepartmental drama shit. But it's also interesting because there's like no.
Because you said they were the disinformation squad, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So that is
during
interesting.
the Cold War, but like this went on into like the I think 90s. So,
okay, all right. So it's possible that there's some sort of crazy, it seems like an even crazier conspiracy that the CIA would make all this up, or the FBI would to shit on the CIA or something.
Yeah, which is I don't remember why I thought that, but that was kind of something I prescribed. Maybe just because this is so fucking insane, and the fact that there was like there was like a week of public coverage on it, and then it just disappeared.
It's like the sort of thing. Even though it would be a crazier conspiracy, it would be kind of better to think that they aren't actually a satanic child trafficking cult.
Yeah, with fucking the craziest part. You gotta look at it. They have like blueprints of these tunnels they have running under preschools. It's wacky.
Near the border, like are we talking Texas or California?
Yeah,
or...
they have like there's like a whole like stretch where they kind of like inhabit, I guess, but they like kidnap people or they like kidnap children from illegal immigrants, and then like their parents and shit just get arrested.
Oh yeah,
it's wild.
That's a good system.
It is
not a good, it's an effective system.
it's efficient. It's efficient.
Yeah. Mm. All right, but that you've left that life behind. You just that's just a thought you have in the back of your mind every now and then. It's like, oh damn, the CIA has former members.
Preschool tunnels.
Just sometimes you think, oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it's a little.
What made you leave that life behind?
I don't know. It was mostly like a political thing, but I feel like I'm just less paranoid about the government in general, which they're like terrible and all that. But I don't know. I'm just like less actively like seeking it, I suppose.
Did you like get married or something?
No.
Oh, okay.
What
made you less paranoid? Did you get a job?
I started going in person to college. I feel like that was a big thing. Like I actually like went out and met people rather than just like secluded myself in a small room for like years.
People started looking at you funny when you were bringing up the finders.
Even people on the internet look like treated me funny. I like talk about this shit and they're like they think I'm fucking crazy. But that's like the least fucking there's the only thing I've taken in from it is just the official FBI report, which is like the most baffling part. It's like I don't consume any media related to it. I don't like watch fucking Alex Jones talk about it. It's just that one FBI thing, and it's all there. All the crazy shit is there. You don't need to like make shit up for it because it's already crazy enough.
How do we find that? Just the Finders FBI report?
You can literally just Google it. Finders FBI. I think it's like FBIvault.gov or something. Yeah, FBI records, the vaults.
So it's all there.
The vault, the finders. Yeah, it's all there. It's just like four reports. All of them are like 100 pages long.
And what's the time frame of this? When was this happening?
From like the Cold War, I think, to the 90s, but I could be wrong.
Okay, pre-internet.
Definitely. And I won't ramble on too long, but Havana syndrome earlier, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know much about it, but I read this one article saying that it was like a ray gun the Russians invented, right? Like and it was from like a
portable
credible
device.
I don't think so.
Oh,
I think
like
they were like
big ray
describing
gun?
it as like which is like I don't get that theory because like I don't know how you're just targeting like small individuals when you have like these giant satellite dish ray guns that you're describing.
It's pretty accurate.
But I love the idea of that. It's awesome. And I hope we start using that in like war and shit. Just like these fucking like radiation guns.
I know. I have been waiting for that. Like I was thinking they would come in, like the crowd control tanks, like it just and it's just like and you just go crazy immediately. Like writhing around on the ground.
Yeah, just stroking out. Yeah. It'd be yeah, I mean that's really all I have to say about conspiracy theories.
Well, thanks for calling in, Connor.
Epstein did kill himself. That's not really a conspiracy, but
what was it?
Epstein did kill himself. That's not even a conspiracy, though. We all know that.
You think he did kill himself? You're just gonna drop that at the end?
Do you not?
What? I mean, the blog that I read that prompted this stream said that Epstein's still alive.
Oh, well. Okay, that's fair. That might be a possible.
All right, that's possible. All right, well, hey Connor, thank you for calling in. We'll get into Epstein with someone else, someone whose primary focus is Epstein.
Hell yeah, find that Epstein follower.
All right, have a good one, dude.
Call from
Jacob.
Jacob.
Hey, Mr. The Minute Hour. How are you?
Hey, we're talking about conspiracy. I'm good. Sorry, we're talking about conspiracies today. What do you got?
Yeah,
your primary, your conspiracy of choice.
Oh, yeah, I've been doing some research as of late. And how much do you know about Waco, Texas?
Not a lot, really. I have the very basic Wikipedia page knowledge.
Okay, all right. Well, let me level with you here.
Yeah.
Waco, Texas, 1983. The ATF and FBI started attacking the Branch Davidians in their compound, but a lot of people don't know what they're really doing in there, and I do.
The Branch Davidians, what they were doing.
Yep.
Okay. What?
It goes along with the whole sex cult stuff from earlier, but there was just massive orgies throughout, and they were trying to produce the perfect heir.
Oh, to David Koresh?
Yep.
Okay, go on. Like a messianic figure, or like a antichrist, or what?
No, a savior. Yeah. And the savior is supposed to deliver us from the YouTube sensation.
YouTube?
Someone who can make content. Yeah, at the peak. I don't know, level, I suppose. But what they didn't expect was they produced 3 heirs instead.
Okay.
And their names are Minute Hour, Big Time Turnip, and Drew Langlois.
Whoa.
Yeah.
These are all results of the Branch Davidians' genetic experiment in Waco, Texas?
That is correct. Yep.
Whoa. How did... Okay, I'm just going to, state the obvious here. Those 3 entities which you described are currently on YouTube. How did they escape the fire and brimstone of the breaching? You know what I'm talking about, how they killed everybody?
Yeah. I think it had to do with those Finder tunnels. They got out.
What tunnels?
The Finders from the last guy who called.
Okay, this is starting to sound like a unified conspiracy theory. You're connecting some dots here.
Yeah, I think I've cracked the code.
So what's the end game of all this?
Salvation,
why hasn't the ATF followed up on this? I mean, it seems very... If you're just some guy, as far as I know, unless you have some secret information, why haven't these people been assassinated?
Yeah, I really couldn't tell. Wait, hold on. The FBI's at my door.
Oh, shit. Oh. I wish we could have taken that call, gotten that interaction. I would have liked to hear what happened there, but I guess that was...
Zeb.
Hello?
Hello?
Zeb, you sound like you're 20 feet away from the mic.
I'm driving. Can you hear me?
I mean, I can sort of hear you, so that's fine.
Sort of hear me. All right, I'll make
Just
it
speak
quick
up.
then.
Okay.
I just got out of work, and I saw that it's conspiracies.
Yep.
So how about the flat Earth horse shit? Has anyone mentioned that yet?
You're anti-flat earther.
Oh yeah.
All right. Tell us why.
Well, one, scientific proof.
Oh.
Over and over and over again. Every time even when they do their little scientific things and find out they're wrong over and over and over again, they just try to come at it from a different angle.
All right.
But why and this is something they say, all the other planets are spheres except this one.
Oh.
Why? Why? Because you can say, like, oh, I can look at Jupiter. Oh, yeah, that's round. Just we're flat. That's why. Why does gravity work? Why does
we're
the
special,
centrifugal
dude.
force of Oh, is that it?
So from what I
that just drives
understand,
me crazy.
I'm not deep into the flat Earth lifestyle or anything, but it seems like the sort of catch-all explanation for things is just that science is a lie, like institutional science. It's all used to control us. You can't trust, a word that anybody says, and also the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Isn't that great? Like, I mean, it's good to be skeptical of things, but when you know that you can perform little experiments just by yourself on this planet that is round, but you refuse to accept that, and I think it's because they want to be in on some big secret that nobody else knows, so they can feel superior. Like, you don't know? I can't believe that you don't know? Oh, my God. Well, I know so much more than you. I think it's that kind of shit.
I think that tone that you're just describing is very familiar. Because I was going to ask you, do you think the moon landing is real?
Yeah, I think they're real. I think, isn't it Japan has a telescope that you can see, like, the remains of fucking, like, landers and shit up there?
But that's the sort of question that's like, that's an immediate fail in the conspiracy group. It's like, if you think the moon landing's real, it's just like, oh my God, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Yeah.
That's the most obvious conspiracy ever, and you even believe that one? You doofus?
I guess I'm a loser.
Yeah. All right, so you think that... all right, but how far does this go then? All right, so you're anti-flat earther. Is it anti-all conspiracies? Are they all... Is there any positive... is there any conspiracy that you think maybe there's a little bit of, what's this all about?
All right, well, New York City, are you aware how bad New York City is right now?
In terms of what?
Like the housing crisis, the migrants, the shoplifting thing. Like if you steal under $1,000 worth of products, the cops won't stop you, type stuff.
That's pretty cool. I don't know really the specifics, but I do think New York City is a hellhole, and I don't want to be there, obviously.
Yeah, it's nice to visit. Well, it used to be nice to visit, but I wouldn't even visit now. But a lot of people think that the government is doing this on purpose. And, I mean, when you look at everything, it appears to be that way. It appears that they are sabotaging that city. I don't know what for. I don't know if it's for the green alien overlords or something, but they are just destroying that city. I don't know why.
This is sort of a critical thing that differentiates conspiracy theorists from non-conspiracy theorists, is the idea that there's malicious intention behind things rather than just like horrible mismanagement. What would you say is your idea? Is it just...
Well, for New York City, I would say that it's more than mismanagement. It's malicious.
Okay.
Like the mayor, he refused to sign a bill that would punish criminals that like assaulted retail workers. You know, they weren't even asking him to change the $1,000 limit thing. They just said the ones that pull out box knives and try to cut your face off, they should face harsher punishment, and he refused to sign it. Like, why would you do that?
The current mayor?
Yeah.
And he's like the police guy. Right? Isn't that guy? Yeah, he's
right,
like
yeah.
He used to be like the big cop in charge or something.
Yeah, and now they like New York City. All the shops are closing because everybody steals everything, takes it to a warehouse, and then they sell it on Amazon. So, like, if you buy something for a really good deal on Amazon, if it comes from New York City, chances are it's stolen. Like, that place is just going to hell, big time.
Yeah, and that sucks because they don't even give you like that steep a discount. It's like if I'm buying stolen goods, it should at least be half off.
Half off, yeah, I know. Make it worth me tarnishing my soul.
Yeah.
At least, I could buy lunch next day.
All right, hey man, thank you for calling in. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, good talking to you. Hey, one more thing. Everybody should buy Mammoth in Space book, Ashtray. That's
nice. All. Very nice plug. All right, have a good one. Bye.
Yep.
Oops, sorry.
Call from
Johnny. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, we're talking conspiracy theories today.
You guys were talking earlier about the TikToks. All the short form content, I think I have a more grand unified reason for why everything's being sped up.
Okay, go for it.
So have you ever done meditation or anything like that before?
Never successfully.
Well, when you really get into meditation, you find out that that's kind of where all the gurus from, I mean, pick your spiritual modality, whatever you want, they all pretty much say the same thing, which is that a quiet mind is how you sort of have a mystical experience or touch the divine, or even if you're not into that shit, that's how you like get into your subconscious or whatever. But I have a feeling that AI is going to end up either on the low end, make everybody kind of not have jobs anymore. We'll get our UBI check in the mail, so we're going to have a lot of free time. Or it's going to blow a hole open in, you know, some sort of spiritual realm. It's going to do some weird mystical shit that we're not ready for yet. And the conspiracy that I have, or I've thought about when I see this stuff is, okay, but beyond just trying to get money, beyond just trying to get, get your eyes in front of the machine, what would be a way to make sure that you're disconnected from any type of mystical or spiritual or subconscious connection? It would be overloading your brain with every 5 seconds of new information, basically trying to give everybody ADHD, because that's going to get your mind further and further away from sort of the quietness that, I don't know, might start to be required if we have a bunch of free time. If our jobs are all about to be taken away and we're all sitting around, they don't want us to open up to that. So they have to front end it by frying everyone's dopamine and, I don't know, pineal gland shit, like fry it right now because we're about to, run out of time here.
So for those that don't know jack about meditation, and I'm more or less in that boat, you're talking about the goal for corporations or the government will be the opposite of what meditation is, which is, sort of sitting in quietness and nothing. So maybe explain that a little bit for us.
Yeah, so I mean, there's lots of different modalities of meditation, but one of the main things that you're trying to do when you meditate is to just kind of all the random thoughts that are kind of flying at your brain that are kind of uncontrolled. You're trying to sort of clear that out, and you can't really force it to happen. It takes a while to just sit there and let your thoughts. You have to kind of just let them come through and then let them go. If you try to force them, like be quiet, it actually doesn't work. So it takes a while to do that. And one of the things I've noticed for sure is if you watch a lot of short, scrolling through these shorts, scrolling through these TikToks, realizing this is exactly the thing that you're trying not to do when you're meditating. And your brain will, if you keep doing something, your brain learns that pattern. So if we all get our brains fried from 5 seconds, context switching, it's getting us further and further away from, again, in my opinion, I actually think AI is going to end up, everyone's worried about Terminator and shit. I actually think it might be the opposite. I actually think, I don't know, I have this opposite conspiracy that the government kind of already knows that AI is going to change things in like a spiritual way, not just, they're going to take our jobs, but there's going to be some sort of like, it's hard to put into words, but there's going to be some sort of spiritual way. Everybody's going to start to have spiritual crisis because of what happens, and
because everyone will have nothing to do anymore.
I mean, that's one thing is people are going to have a choice between just, short form or just sit in front of the TV and plugging in, or, hey, I have all this free time. What if I go walk around and just kind of, walk in nature? I have all this time to think. And the thing is with AI, too, is if it really ends up being something like, I don't know, an actual consciousness, an actual sentience, that it could start to access things on a level where it starts to change, I don't know, reality, like everything that we've kind of known. And I don't know if people are going to really be ready for that.
So like the idea that people will stop being the force that makes decisions in the world, that the decision-making power will rest with AI? And that will change our reality over time?
I think the war that's going to start happening, or is probably already happening behind the scenes, is control over these systems in terms of, is Microsoft and the government going to control these systems, or is there going to be open source? Is everyone going to have access to these systems? Because if everyone has that, they're never going to want that. They're never going to want individuals to control these things. And if they start to open people's minds up, if you have your own personal little guru that can just be like, hey, here's how you can meditate, here's how you can achieve, enlightenment. That's not good for people who want to. It's harder to control people who are doing that than somebody who's just completely dopamine fried and is just constantly shifting between the next 5 things of entertainment.
Yeah.
So
I've had this thought before with the sort of AI automation thing, or just automation in general, is like, what I've thought in the past is that, so many jobs will be automated in the next, several decades, that you'll reach a point where it sounds like in your mind it's like a UBI sort of, it's a universal basic income thing, where it's like we're gonna pay people to just live their lives and not work. In my mind, it's like we're gonna kill all those people. It's gonna be a fucking bloodbath, baby, and we're gonna come up with whatever reason will make sense for the public to say, yeah, those people deserve to die. It's not because they're not working, it's because they're racist, or they're not with the times. They're the part of the past, they're part of the problem, and we gotta kill those people. And it won't just be outright we're gonna murder them. It's like we're gonna try to teach them to be cool like us, but if they don't learn, then we're gonna put them on an island and blow up the island. But it is a compelling counter-argument to that, to just be like, we don't really need to kill all those people. We could just make them watch YouTube and TikTok all day, and then they're harmless to us.
And there's one other thing here, which is I've had this feeling that, you see the government's been releasing like a lot of these UFO videos and like kind of openly talking about it a lot recently, which is like, it's not so much what they're releasing to me that is the important part. It's why are they suddenly being open about this? That's almost more suspicious than whatever videos they're releasing, is the fact that they're openly talking about it and having these hearings.
Yeah.
And one of the things I was thinking about is if we're on the cusp of creating an actual AGI, like a fully conscious, extremely powerful AI, and if aliens are out there, if there is some sort of confederation of different groups or something that can or not time travel, but travel intergalactically, what's the one thing that even a super powerful race might be afraid of? And that would be something like an AI that could suddenly start improving itself and turning into a Borg-like thing. So maybe they've been with us, or aliens have been around and kind of just keep in check, and it's like, okay, they're about to create AI, so that could actually turn into some Borg and start taking over planets and shit and eventually get to us. So now they're talking to governments right now being like, hey, you got 2 choices. You're going to have to kind of get everybody in line here, or we're going to have to just destroy you guys preemptively because you're like 5 years away or less, wherever the timeline is, from making an AI that wakes up. And if you guys do it wrong, it's actually a threat to us too, because it could suddenly start self-improving and become a threat to us within, 6 months or something. So you guys better do this correctly, or you guys are going bye-bye.
So then, as a final question here, what do you think personally? What's just as a guess? I know you don't know, but a timeline here. How crazy is shit about to get, and in what time frame? Is this our lifetime? Is it in the next decade, or is this something that's really pretty far off?
We've just entered the age of Aquarius. I'm 100% certain and anyone who can hear my voice, is within your lifetime that shit's going to get completely wacky. Could be 10 or 15 years, but I don't know. It could be 5 years. That's the problem with the singularity, is once you get close to that curve line that goes straight up, the closer you are to that line, the more difficult it is to tell where you actually are. But certainly within our lifetimes, I think. So buckle up and start meditating, I guess.
Cool. So, you know, if you're like me and you're just kind of bored, shit's about to get interesting.
What's the quote from when the going gets weird, the weird turn pro. That's I forget his name off the top of my head, but yeah, that's what you got to do. If you're already weird, you're going to be pro in this time. So everybody listening to this probably should be fine.
All right. Have a good one, dude. Good talking to you.
Yeah.
Call from.
Damn it. Google is fucking me today. You can call in now, 518-288-7938. Good God. I gotta take a break in a minute here, but we'll take this call first.
Call from.
Raven.
Hello? Who?
What's up, buddy? Raven.
Raven, how you doing? We're talking about conspiracies today.
Doing all right, man. I'm suffering well. I got a conspiracy in regards to basically a continuous psyop. I guess like turning everybody on each other using the internet in some weird way. The guy that was just on here was talking about it. Basically, he got everybody sitting inside, you know, kind of stuck on their phones. Their serotonin receptors overloaded because they're sitting here watching these couple-second videos, and they just want more. Keep doom scrolling. You know, TikTok. Here's a fun one. TikTok is owned by ByteDance. ByteDance is in communist China, and they are required by law to share all user data with the Communist Party of China. That's actually in their legal paperwork. You can look it up.
So it's not just that they might be sharing data with the government. It's they're legally required.
They are required. They are legally required, and they're allowed to do that. You know, when you made the whole joke, my looking into it kind of got a little more serious after you made the gate recognition video.
Oh, nice.
This is the dancing scene, blow the AI's mind. That blew my mind a little bit, and I started thinking about it. I was like, this technology is very, very dangerous. And they were talking on the Senate not too long ago about gate recognition. They had Jordan Peterson on the Senate, and they were talking about how
in America?
This type of technology. No, he's a Canadian, I believe. Jordan Peterson. He's
no.
Canadian psychologist.
This is in Canada. They were talking about this? Oh, he was in America.
He was in America, and he was on the Senate talking on this subject, and considering the factor that this type of power in any nation can really get out of hand quick, and already they're starting to implement the same type of, you know, data collection here in America and other countries. Like, they're making it illegal to talk about certain things. And one fun thing that America gets away with is that if you speak out against a certain something, it's like, you know, this whole show, we're talking about conspiracies. You know, half the people that would hear about this wouldn't even give it another thought because, oh, conspiracy theorists. Well, when conspiracies are actually proven to be, like, a conspiracy is when a group of people plan against another group of people. And it's not hard to know that there's a bunch of rich folk in power that got themselves there, and they're willing to perpetuate the problem. The PSYOP I'm talking about is goes alongside with Reddit. You know, you get on Reddit and you might be able to see some people, like, there's an example, there is this one Reddit post. I think this is all a joke, and they're really trying to troll people to get people, like, broken down mentally and emotionally. Here's an example. One person says that Mount Trashmore is a naturally occurring geological thing. Like the face that just showed up like that, you know.
Interesting.
And, you know, anyone who would speak out against them, they're basically torn down, and they're shown a bunch of proof as to why it is a naturally occurring thing. It's a psyop, dude. It's like people are on the internet, or maybe ChatGPT is posting things and turning people on each other for some kind of informational war. And a big part of it also, in turn, is trying to erase valid history from our youth. So if you get everybody hooked on technology, get them, you know, sucking the wire on the IV, on the teat, then they're not going to follow anything else. You know, we have cell phones and tablets in school now. You know, all the kids they're just kind of diluted by what we have now in our society.
It's like history is more easily rewritten when it's all digital. Sort of sounds like sort of what you're saying.
Extremely.
It's I was listening to or I was reading this blog. I don't know. I was talking about this earlier in the stream. This guy who set himself on fire in front of the Trump trial. I was reading his blog, and this is one of his blog posts about Reddit, and about how Reddit is a maybe not vital, but an important part of this unified conspiracy. And a big point that he was making was that when Reddit was bought out in 2014, when they were announcing that they were getting $50 million and a bunch of, you know, weird big tech guys were coming into the company, that's when this guy was noticing that Reddit changed. And we have all noticed, you know, if anybody was on Reddit, you know, in the earlier days versus now, Reddit obviously is a horrible place now. It's nobody. If you like going on Reddit now, it's a very strange thing that you'd like that. So, would you say in your mind, like that's part of what's happened here is that it's like full of bots now? It's full of you know,
that was
psyop
the point
bots.
I was making is Reddit's basically like a psyop, and I'm pretty sure that it is because there's a lot of I was watching a video the other day. He broke it down so well, and he started actually looking into and studying. What's his name? Simulated Flesh Simulator. That's the name. He's a YouTuber, and he did a whole piece on how Reddit is probably a psyop because there is a large majority of Reddit users and activity through this Air Force base. I can't remember where it's located, but he even like tested it for himself and tried to, I don't know. I can just tell, and I'm looking around, and I see how a lot of people are like in their. It's like we're being programmed.
I mean, it's
the
a
whole
it's
AI
a it's a
algorithm
funny thing.
It's really just trying to drive people into a certain method of thinking and lifestyle, and once they're locked in that, it's very hard to come out of it. It's like a drug addiction.
It is a very funny thing with Reddit because Reddit is like the sort of place I go on it now. I see an article headline or something, and I click on the comments, and every comment is the exact opposite of what I would think, like what I believe. Yeah. It's just people who are
overloading that over and over again. That's gonna like kind of just if you have enough of something over and over again, people will believe it is true.
Well, so and that's the interesting question. That's what's fun about this conspiracy theory is like it seems to me it's like a comfort thing. It's like it would be better. I would feel more comfortable knowing that Reddit is 99% bots who are just trying to get me down, rather than thinking those are real people who actually think these things and are like spending all day typing about like how I'm wrong, about how the government is like really good, and about how everyone just like any kind of anti-authority feeling is just like. People on Reddit are like, "You're a fucking idiot. I fucking hate you. You
exactly,
goddamn
and it's
retarded."
a methodology of tearing people down. Like the last guy was talking about, you know, that was probably one of the best ways you can describe it, is that the government wants people to do the opposite of meditating and not sitting still and quiet. What meditation is really just coming to terms. If you want to meditate, don't try to shut anything out of your mind. Take it all in, every noise, every sound, every particle of light, and really affirm it. And know and have peace in that. And when you have peace in that, you're free from desire. That means you're not wanting for anything. And when you can do that, you're literally able to do anything. If you're able to do anything and you're not sitting there being a consumer and wanting to buy everything, you're saving more money. If you have more money, you can fund and do whatever you want. They don't want people out here doing whatever they want. They don't want people funded with money. They don't want people living their dreams. Because if you're miserable, you're a customer for life. They can guide, they can train you, they can use the algorithm to target you with ads and just influence minds through little bits of. I mean, they did a lot of research and testing in the 40s and 50s on MK Ultra. Who's to say that they haven't gone above and beyond right now and we don't even know? I mean, we could be talking about just the tip of the iceberg here. But I really do believe that it is a method of keeping everyone miserable in order for them to be easily controllable, as well as breaking them down emotionally. You know, like the biggest fear any human could really have in a society is being ousted, is being an outcast, is not having companionship.
Do you feel what I'm saying here is like that perhaps this idea of all this being a psyop and bots and stuff, that's like a comfort that people like us are trying to create in our minds, just like be like, hopefully the world isn't actually so doomed where people are just like this, because that's a horrible thought that, like, you know, you go on Reddit and it's like 99% of people are like this. Like, there's no way. That can't be possible. Like, people must be normal. So is there a chance that this is just like we're just trying to feel better about it when it's actually, it is kind of fucked?
Yeah, I mean, I try, but I'll say this. I live in Virginia, you know, Hampton Roads area. This is a big naval base. And out here, everyone is not like bad, but everyone's really diluted in the mind. They're all money oriented. They're not even like really trustworthy even to their best friends half the time. And it's just, you can tell it's everywhere, really. It's just this kind of disgusting behavior that everyone really has underneath the surface to sate their own desires. And then you find good cookies, but it's not even like everyone's innately evil. It's really circumstantial, because people are driven to do fucked up shit just to have like a good life. But you have people that will never have had loss in their life. They've never had to go without, and they just keep eating and eating and eating. And those are really the type of people that perpetuate the fucking problem and create the hate, because they know if they can get people to turn on each other, they're easy pickings for any kind of manipulation. And the only real, I guess the only comfort I can find in the fact that they're using tools to do this is like either they're not smart enough to be able to fool everyone, or they're just too lazy to want to do it themselves. And that's not much comfort in and of itself.
All right, well, hey, man, thank you for calling in. I appreciate getting your perspective on this.
Much love, man. You have a good one.
All right, you too. Oh, goddamn. Sorry, guy. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. All the music from the stream.
Audio.
Okay, we are back. Oh, God. Good Lord. We're taking calls right now, 518-288-7938. We're talking about conspiracies today. Your own personal conspiracy theory or something that, you've read about online. I'm interested in both. I want to hear some people who've just divined their own conspiracy theories. We heard that at the very beginning, but let's see. What do we got now?
Call from
Mack.
Mack. Yo.
Oh, hey, I made it through. Cool.
We're talking about conspiracies today.
So I didn't really have time to think through my conspiracy theory, but could we talk about rat racing?
Rat racing?
Rat racing.
In a
Have you ever heard of?
Literally or metaphorically?
Both.
Oh. No, I mean...
Have you...
Tell me from the beginning.
Have you heard... you've heard of the rat race, We're all just rats in the rat race.
I've seen that movie, Rat Race, too.
Oh, yeah, there is a movie called Rat Race. That's what it's about, right? It's about pitting people against each other. That's what the last caller, I only caught the tail end.
Yeah, the movie is about pitting people against each other for money for the entertainment of rich people.
Yeah, and I only caught the tail end of the last caller, but that's what he was talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah, because a little bit. You could interpret it that way.
So, well, that was basically, where I was with it, is that we're all pit against each other. I used to work in dog racing. It's really bad stuff. How these dogs get treated. I don't know if anybody follows that sort of stuff, like the Iditarod. A bunch of dogs died this past year. Yeah.
What did you do in what was your role in the Iditarod?
I didn't work in the Iditarod. I worked in sprint sled racing.
Okay.
But I don't really have a conspiracy about that.
Okay.
It's just bad. That was like I would want to, but it would just bum everybody out.
All right, so it's just bad. It's an animal cruelty conspiracy.
Yeah, I guess.
And you can apply that to the whole world where we are the animals.
I really started to relate to these animals. I'm like, they're put in this position and they're forced to basically run or die. It's like some of these guys, they breed these dogs, and if it's not useful, they get rid of it through various means. Mm-hmm. Some of these guys can be well-intentioned, cool, fun to hang out with, that sort of thing. That's the sinister element right there. Is it's all nice people. It's all nice people. Horse racing is big in my area, and I know some of these people, and they're nice. They're nice people, but we're all somebody's rat that they're racing, and they don't know it. But I don't really have much of a conspiracy. I don't want to tie up the show too long. I love the show. Thanks for your time.
Well, hey, but just before you go, I mean, hey, that's a great vague idea, is that we could be, we are racing in some capacity because we got to make money. We got to live in this society that we're given. In order, we got to play by the rules. We got to go as fast as we can to try to live a normal life. So you think it's for the entertainment of someone, or do you think it's just it's to keep the system going? It's a self-perpetuating cycle.
There's no reason for us to have to struggle eternally. Especially with all the technological innovation that we've had so far. We should encourage, we should reward those. I don't want to get political, but, I saw this video of these people. It was the agricultural minister in a part of India, and he had a scythe, like the Grim Reaper scythe, and he was like walking around teaching people about it, and they're like, "Oh my God, this thing is awesome!" And because they had like little hand scythes, they were a bunch of women out there harvesting stuff like on their hands and knees with these little knives. And he comes through and he's like, "Sling," and he just like cuts like a big swab of it, and they're like, oh, wow, this is awesome. And there was like a guy in the comments. He's like, wow, that's awesome. I really want one. Where can I get it? I live in India. And the comment was like 2 years old. I was like, did you ever get one? And he's like, no.
So do you think that,
you know,
yeah, like, what would be the greater purpose? I mean, like, for having a grand conspiracy that makes everyone, you know, do your bidding basically for you? Is it just money? Is money the main?
It's just work smarter, not harder, you know? Like, a lot of people think this is a conspiracy about there being a lack of conspiracy at this point, but a lot of people think there's, oh, they say they, you know, they're controlling the world, a group of whomever, you know, we don't have to go down any of that, but there's nobody steering it. There are a lot of people who have a lot of influence and a lot of control, but it's just people fighting for control. It's some guy racing his rats against the other guy's rats, and we are the rats.
Is there any way out of that? Is this doomed? Are we all doomed?
You have to get your own rats. You know, that's where it's at, right? That's the how do we get out without? I don't want to race rats. I don't want to do it. I don't want to, and I don't want other people to race rats on my behalf. How do you escape the rat race without racing rats yourself? You know,
you just got to be like, you know, some sort of self-sufficient. I'm just gonna make my own food and ride a stationary bike, you know, to like, power my.
You see a lot
TV.
of that here on YouTube. You see a lot of those guys, especially on YouTube Shorts. They're taking over, like, with all the self-sufficient. Look at me! I made a thing. Look at me cook a thing over a fire, kind of thing. It's like, well, what did these guys do? Like, what? Like, how did they? They raced rats to get there, and they're still racing rats from their little outpost. You can decentralize.
So you don't have a theory here. It's that in order to, it's like the biggest forces in the world right now are racing rats. The only way to get ahead in this order, in this society, is to race your own rats.
Yeah, something like that.
Do you have any idea? Like any you got some words of wisdom for people who don't want to race rats but also want to stay alive?
I not like at the drive-through line, but like being nice to people is good. You know, value the time and effort of other people, or lack thereof. You know, some people don't want to, and that's fine too.
All right, well, hey, thank you for calling in.
Hey, thanks for all you do. Your show's awesome. You're such a cool and talented guy. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, man. Have a great day.
All right, bye. You too.
Oh, suspected spam. Oh, fuck. There's a third one today. This pissed me off. I gotta stop listening for the names. It doesn't even make a difference. I don't need to know your name before you call in. 518-288-7938. We're talking about conspiracies today.
Call from
Alan R.
Hello?
Hello, this is the Minute Hour.
This is the Minute Hour?
No, as in you are the Minute Hour.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, man, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, cool. What's your name or something I could call you by?
Alan.
Alan, good to talk to you. We're talking about conspiracies today.
Yeah. I have a love-hate relationship with conspiracies. I love to read about them. I hate the stupid people that believe most of them. Most are garbage. There are a couple that are pretty cool, though. And I want to kind of go down into my favorite conspiracy theory.
Please.
JFK.
Not a real guy. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Oh, yeah, sure. Side note, I was in a taxi cab once, and the taxi driver was very seriously telling me that Jimmy Carter was JFK, and he never died. They did plastic conspiracy on it. They did surgery on his face to make him Jimmy Carter.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Mine is more silly.
Okay.
So JFK, shot by Lee Harvey Oswald. We can all agree that probably happened.
I mean, I feel like you've already crossed a pretty big line amongst conspiracy theorists, but go on.
I know. I can see that there's a conspiracy theory out there called the lone shot, where 5 of the 6 bullets or 5 of the 6 wounds are completely identical for JFK's injuries. One is different. And when you kind of go down the rabbit hole,
real quick, before you go on, what do you mean by there? 5 wounds were identical. What does that mean?
As in shot by the same firearm.
Okay.
Like the same caliber weapon hit that body.
All right, gotcha.
And then there's one where the wound is a little different.
Okay.
And the spot is a little different. And this is where a lot of the conspiracy theories come from. But I think it's more simple than that. Lee Harvey Oswald took the shots. Secret Service sprung into action, jumped in from their vehicles, which were right behind the president, stood up, looked around, canvassed, doing what Secret Service does. Unfortunately, JFK had Team 2 that morning, as Team 1 was out partying the night before. This is not fiction. This is fact.
Okay.
The JFK Secret Service got fucking trashed the night before and couldn't muster up enough men to go. So Team 2 was his motorcade patrol. They had a brand new firearm that none of them had tested yet, the glorious AR-15.
Ooh.
Yes. And here's where it gets stupid.
My ears just perked up.
Yeah. My thought is the shots fired off. Secret Service goes into action. They stand up. The driver brakes as the person in the passenger seat stands up. He falters a little bit, falls forward just a little bit. I think he accidentally discharged his firearm and accidentally killed, actually the headshot was the finishing blow and accidentally put that last bullet into the president's head. And I think the big conspiracy after that is the Secret Service covering everything up. So A, they don't look like fucking dumbasses. And B, in the midst of the Cold War, if the president was killed by his own men on accident after an assassination attempt, we would have been a laughing stock. And it just feels like it all pulls together. And Occam's razor, the simplest answer. An idiot screwed up.
So you do, yeah. So you think that Lee Harvey Oswald did shoot bullets into JFK, but they were non-lethal. They
could have been lethal. We'll never know.
True.
But the last shot that blew out his brain certainly was lethal.
But then, if we're, because we're on the conspiracy show right now and we're engaging that mindset, who got Team 1 super drunk the night before? Because that seems to be a big that's a common play in the infiltrators CIA handbook, is like, we got to get our target super drunk so that they're they don't know what they're doing and we could take advantage of them. So who did that?
You would think that, but the Secret Service is well known for being debaucherous. Even with President Obama's, even during Obama's presidency, the Secret Service got in a whole bunch of trouble in Latin America for partying too hard and causing some damages. And that was a big thing, whenever Obama was president, however many years ago that was now. Goodness, time flies.
Yeah.
So they are known for that.
So you think this is I guess I shouldn't say a happy accident, but whatever. It's an accident that just someone was trying to kill the president and they tried, and then the final stroke was some sort of horrible negligence.
Yes. And did Lee Harvey Oswald's shots, could they have potentially all been fatal? Sure, maybe. I think he would have been at least paralyzed, at the bare minimum, paralyzed for life. But it is what it is. And just to kind of scale it back, a caller earlier was talking about flat Earth and had talked about how every other sphere is round except for the Earth. Well, flat earthers have a fucking answer for you. The answer is space is a projection. So once you get into flat earth, what they believe is that the earth is coin-shaped. There's a ridge, a rim, and Antarctica is that rim. They have a space laser that projects the space into the sky because it's heaven that you should be looking at. And this is being perpetrated by both the Nazis and the Jews at the same time because the Holocaust was a lie to make you think they were enemies, but they were friends. This is how far the flat earthers go.
That's
also,
a tough one.
Math is wrong. Math is literally a psyop for flat earthers. Physics, faked. All of it's fake.
I mean, that's a tough one because, I mean, like, people have been seeing stars for a while, right?
That's how long they've been doing it. You know? That's how they're going to answer that.
All right.
It's beautiful.
Well, thank you for calling in. Thank you for giving me this is a particular perspective I'd never heard before, that it was a giant projection system. What's your opinion on that? You think that's right?
No, well, I mean, you know, anything's right if you want it to be right. You know, if you believe it, fine. It doesn't make it true. You just believe it.
What would you say is the point? What would you say is the point of people like having this sort of system of beliefs where it's like where it goes so deep and it's so ancient that it's like it's not even a modern thing. It's like this has been going on since forever. Like, why do you think people will tend towards that?
Oftentimes, conspiracy theories channel into a very specific monologue of us versus them, the perceived us versus the perceived them.
Yeah.
So I think all of these ancient conspiracy theories go down to they've been trying to get at me and people that look like me for this many thousands of years because I'm a God-fearing Christian or I'm a, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just whatever it is. And I think that idea that you're special enough to be loved by something, but also be targeted by something else is what fuels a lot of these conspiracy theories. When in reality, we kind of just don't matter. Even companies just don't give a fuck about us. They don't care. They don't care about your well-being. They just want you to watch and give them money.
So you think
that's not a conspiracy.
There's a connection there, like between a religious or spiritual feeling and a conspiracy feeling, where it's like everything that happens for a reason and it's very important, and it's like the opposite of nihilism, I guess, where it's just like everything is important, and so there must be a reason for everything that happens, and we'll construct this reason. We'll try to divine it based on the information that's available to us, but we're interpreting things. You think there's a connection there between conspiracy theorists and people who are perhaps overly religious or spiritual?
Absolutely. And once again, but this is not a gripe on religion itself. You know, religious people can do what they want. But I think there is this link to the ability to form this center of disbelief, to look with your spirit and not with your eyes. And I think that gets conflated into the ultra-religious, which then often molds into the more conspiratorial things. The Biden is the Antichrist, or Trump was the Antichrist, or Obama was the Antichrist, or Bush was the Antichrist, and the list goes on, because I've heard them all called that in my lifetime. So
yeah, very true. All right, well, hey, thank you for calling in.
Anytime. Thank you. All
right, have a good one. All right, you can call in now, 518-288-7938. We are talking conspiracies, conspiracy theories. We can be talking about specific theories that you've heard, theories that you believe in, theories that you've come up with yourself, or if you want to get a little meta discussion, we can talk about conspiracies in general. We got someone right here.
Call from
Rubix.
Rubix?
Yes, sir. How's it going, man?
Good. How are you, dude?
I'm doing all right. Been watching you for a minute. Love your channel. Love all your music.
Thank you,
Let's
man.
get into the good. Absolutely.
We're talking conspiracies today. What do you got?
So this is kind of a segue to the other caller since we got into a little bit of religion. And I've been seeing there are some Christians in the chat here today. Shout out Timothy P. But I wanted to offer up, this is something I cooked up on my own, just thinking of, being a Christian man myself. So please listen to this with an open mind. I offer that the revelation that we're seeing with technology, the advances that we're seeing, they serve a purpose. So I can't provide any verses or anything. I'm not that learned, but if anyone knows the story of the Tower of Babel, since the dawn of mankind, we've been wanting to be like God. This is why we fell, because we ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil to be like God. So in that pursuit of wanting to be like God, we've technologically advanced. And the goal for all this AI and technology in general is to bring it closer to mankind so that we can merge with it. That's why, 50 years in the past, you saw Spock on Star Trek communicating with a watch on his wrist. Now we have cell phones inside of wristwatch via the Apple Watch. So in the pursuit of this technology, we want to turn ourselves into cyborgs, because the story of Jesus is that God came down to earth as a human to die for all of humanity's sins. But if we are all cyborgs, we are no longer humans. So we are no longer under that covenant. And now Satan's army grows.
Okay, so you're saying that technology is inherently satanic, or it's being used for satanic purposes? Which would you say?
I think it's being used for satanic purposes. I think we were created to be intelligent, so technology was going to advance for the good of humanity. That's why the polio virus got obliterated. That's why we have medical technology that helps us all live longer. But now it's being used for satanic purposes, for the growth of the Satan's army. Because if we can separate ourselves from humanity, we separate ourselves from that covenant that was made with humans.
What would you say then? If that were the case, and we're also operating under the principle that God is out there and God is all knowing and stuff. What is there a chance that a cyborg Jesus is coming to give us the lesson in a way that we're going to understand again, or is it just that we are so far from the path that we are unsavable?
Not a chance. And no, we are not unsavable at all. We are all still under that covenant. Even non-believers are. I believe that this is the only one that I can quote. I think everyone knows it. John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever shall believeth shall be saved. So we can all be saved. But back to that cyborg question, no cyborg Jesus is coming, because we're not meant to be cyborgs. We were created in the image of God. The image of humans you see is exactly what God looks like, his image in the heavens. But the plan that these, whomever you think the cabals are, the plan is to utilize technology so that we can augment reality and then augment ourselves so that we all end up as cyborgs and no longer human. Because again, only humans are under that covenant to be saved.
So if we are not, if we have strayed so far from the path that we, the righteous path, that we become something else, something other than human. The idea then is that we're so far from what God wants that we are I guess what is help me here? What is the ultimate goal for who's doing this, and what is the goal? Like, are the powers that be, like, are they knowingly satanic? Are they trying to corrupt us, or is this are there other motivations that are less spiritual? Or do you think that the people who are at the highest echelons actually thinking about this spiritual question?
I think it's all spiritual. And I think non-believers would discredit that, but believers like myself know that Satan owns this world. He tried to give it to Jesus when Jesus came to us. He tried to offer Jesus all the kingdoms of the world if he would just bow. So I think the powers that be, they are under that spiritual influence, that demonic influence from the Satan. And I think their goal is to do that. Now, I don't know if they're going to be successful. This is a theological question, but can they rid us of the soul that was given to us? No, I don't know. I'm not too theologically learned.
Well, so maybe there wouldn't be in your mind or your perspective, there wouldn't be a legitimate cyborg Jesus. But if this is a spiritual question that comes from even the highest, the most powerful individual humans on Earth, what about the idea that they would create a cyborg Jesus? It's not a real Jesus, it's the Antichrist or something, that they would create a whole new version of spirituality that is related, that is intrinsically tied to this singularity, where it's like, this is the new religion, and if you aren't joining technology, like, you're kind of part of the old version of the world. Do you think that there is a motivation among the highest level people to create a new religion that goes against Christianity or what you're talking about?
Now, that's farther ahead than I have thought, but I think that could be a plan of theirs, given the path that we are going with technology. Everyone knows augmented reality is the next thing. That's why we have the meta. That's why we have these VR goggles and glasses coming out, because they want to merge technology with humanity.
Well, let me ask you this, to make it a little more specific. Do you think that it's necessary to tie technology to a religious feeling, a spiritual feeling, to get people totally on board? Or do you think that, like, in the society we're in currently, there isn't really that I can detect, like, a spiritual feeling toward technology? It kind of it might distract you. It might take you away from figuring out your own spiritual journey or something, because you're kind of just distracted with the internet. And, a lot of people were talking earlier today about, like, just short form content really quick. Like, it kind of takes over your brain and it stops you from thinking about a bigger question. Do you think it is necessary to come up with a whole alternate spiritual paradigm, or is it just like technology is just about destroying the current spiritual paradigm?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary at all. I think they could try, but I don't think it's necessary. I think the ultimate goal is to remove us from spirituality and from our humanity.
A big benefit of that goal, which I can think of from the powers that be, is that, then you can just, like, kind of kill people indiscriminately. If it's not sort of set in stone that, human life is really valuable and it has some sort of greater purpose, then you can kind of weasel in the idea that, like, well, we can just kill people indiscriminately if human life isn't valuable.
Well, they're already trying to do that with the abortion argument. So that's another conversation. But yeah,
dude, we should do it. We should do an abortion stream.
That's what you're trying to do.
All right, that's cool. All right, well, thanks for calling in, dude.
Absolutely. Thank you for having the conversation.
Yeah,
Enjoy
no
the
problem.
rest of the show.
Thank you. All right, you can call in now, 518-288-7938. 518-288-7938. We're talking about conspiracies. We're talking about... Oh, what? Hello?
Call from
Danny Glover.
Good Lord, hello?
Man, I've been trying to get through to you.
Who's this?
Danny Glover.
Oh. What's up, dude? We're talking about conspiracies.
Riggs, I got the best conspiracy.
Okay. Go ahead.
Aliens.
Yeah.
Aliens are coming. I seen them. It was back in 1988, I think, from 1992. I don't remember. It was in Los Angeles.
Uh-huh.
There was gang wars going on all around.
Mm.
And there was an alien, and it had machines.
Go on.
I blasted through a wall. There was to a bathroom. There was an old lady and her husband in there, and it was terrifying. I tried to track him down, and Gary Busey got killed.
Gary Busey's dead?
Busey got killed.
You saw that? What's your...
I watched it happen.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Did he put up a fight?
Hell yeah. He had a fucking crowd. He had a gun and a cryogenic blast. They tried to freeze him. He was in the freezer. And they cut him in half with a circular saw.
What? Gary Busey?
Yeah. Gary Busey died.
Good Lord. To what end?
They were trying to capture him. I don't know. You're going to have to ask the legend himself.
Gary Busey?
I don't know anymore. But I did get a fucking, what is it? A flintlock pistol.
Oh.
From an alien.
Why such an old pistol? It seems unreliable.
I mean, it depends on if you watch the new movie or if you read the comic books, because there's two different stories that actually don't match up. In one story, it was given to him by a pirate, and they fought off a bunch of his crew mutinized against him, and he teamed up with the Predator, and they killed him, but he gave him his gun before he died. In that story, but in the new movie you saw, it was actually some French trapper bitch. It was the same guy, but they fucked that up. But I don't really know what history is because I don't know what's happening.
What movie are you talking about? Predator?
Prey and Predator 2 and the comic books.
Yeah. So there's some secret, not so secret information that you've been figuring from watching these films.
Say there's some meta thinking going on here, for sure.
Yeah, wow. I mean,
I'm not sure if I'm my character or if I'm the actor Danny Glover. I'm not sure anymore.
This isn't Danny Glover, the actor.
No, this is actually the guy who was talking to you the other day about the meth heads.
Oh my god. Good Lord. Dude. So you just... I mean, what you're doing right now is you're discrediting conspiracy theories by...
I'm sorry, I just wanted to put on a show. But I do believe in one conspiracy theory.
Okay.
And it is the aliens... Okay, so here, let me tell you what happened to me. So this was back in 2017. I was living in Broomfield, Colorado with my band. And we had a house together. And me and my bassist, it was about 1:30 in the morning. We were drinking a couple beers, sitting on the back deck. And it was a covered deck. And suddenly we saw this fucking flat white beam, like paper thin, and it came straight through the ceiling, the roof of the deck, and it scanned all the way through my body, and I watched it go through his body too. And I immediately felt sick as fuck. And I ran out to the edge of the deck, and I looked up, and there was this thing. It looked like a egg shape kind of, but it had 3 little legs coming off the bottom. It was probably about 100 feet in the air above the house. And yeah, it kind of looked like one of those ships from Mass Effect, like the Reaver things. As dumb as that sounds. But yeah, and then it just like took off in like a flash to the east. And it was probably less than a minute later that there was this low-flying black helicopter with a little tiny red light on the front of it. And it went off in the direction following where the craft went. And I did not hear a fucking sound when that helicopter flew over. It was probably like 70, 80 feet above our house, and it was just like, so it was like a stealth helicopter or something. Anyway, so for probably about 2 weeks after that, I kept waking up every night about 3 a.m. I was just convinced someone had broken the house. I check every window, I check every door. They're all locked tight. My bassist, his name is Lando, he had like an arsenal of weapons in the house with him, like AR-15, AK-47, Glock. He had a fucking Dragnov sniper rifle, a shotgun, and we used to go shooting him and shit. This guy would wake up, and he was telling me about these dreams he would have with tears streaming down his face about how this alien is like giving people injections. And this is before COVID or whatever. They're giving people injections or whatever and saying they have to give people injections to protect them from alien bacteria from these aliens that are trying to integrate with humans. And he refuses this shot. And then this like 8 or 10 foot tall alien in a cloak like picks him up by his shoulders and looks his face into his face. And he said he can't remember any details of its face except for its left eye was like a kaleidoscope, and it was all it could see. And it told him in his mind that we as humans have failed. We have failed in our responsibility that we've been given here with this planet. And now we are going to be basically forced to have it fixed, and there's dire consequences for it. And like his guns didn't work in his dreams when aliens, like this guy is a grown man and he's snot baby crying into my fucking chest, you know? It was fucking insane. But yeah.
So then
that's real.
Well, so this is something that actually happened to you, and so
yes.
what do you how do you handle that day to day? You seem like you're different from just a guy who's lived a normal life and never got scanned by aliens or had something like that. So how does that affect your normal life? Is that something you just like you got in the back of your mind, like, oh, this doesn't really matter because the aliens are gonna fucking destroy us in a matter of minutes anyway?
No, I don't think they want to destroy us at all. I think it's quite the opposite, actually. A lot of people like to imagine that aliens are good or they're evil or they're one extreme or the other. That's not what they are. They are cold, calculating, emotionless scientists. They don't understand feelings as we have them. They don't understand life or see it the way that we do at all. You have to understand, these are creatures that do not come from anything we understand. They're from another place completely. And I have reason to believe that they themselves aren't even natural creatures. Yes, I think they're biological constructions that are created by some kind of greater advanced intelligence, basically just used to seed life throughout the universe for some reason, I don't know, some kind of cosmic awakening or spiritual, technological awakening. But there's some reason I think they're trying to seed life throughout as far as they can. And that's just a guess.
Well, with that theory, does that mean that they're better, that they're higher beings, that they understand the universe more than we do, and that we are lesser, we are not as evolved as them, and we should listen to them, or what?
I think we should absolutely listen to them, but not as like teachers. because as I said, they don't understand the world the way we do. And even the beings that we call aliens that we interact with, they're not even the true aliens. They're just automatons, basically. They're like biological robots programmed to do a task, and that is to take care of us and to make sure that not just us, but life exists on this planet. I don't know, man. And this again, let me clarify this. This is nothing that I know to be true or even necessarily believe. It's just things that I've read and that make sense to me as a possibility. All I know is what I saw, and I saw that fucking beam go straight through solid matter and through both of our bodies, and I felt sick after. And then my friend, like, literally mentally fell apart in the weeks afterwards, and he kept having these recurring fucking nightmares that I didn't get nightmares or anything like that. It's like they targeted him. It's like they decided for whatever reason, this guy ain't worth it, but this one, we can fuck with this one. And it's like, it's honestly, you said, how do I handle it day to day? What do I do with it? I keep it in my mind. I want to protect humans. I want to fucking be on our side against whatever that is, because it's not wholesome. It's not evil. It's not looking out for our best interests. And so basically I'm scared. I'm absolutely scared. I don't want to spread or sow fear. Absolutely, that'd be the worst thing that could possibly happen in this situation, is for everybody to suddenly be afraid. If anything, we need to be indignant and be like, no, we're not just helpless to you. You know, we can turn their fucking shit against them. There will be a time or a way to fight back, is what I'm saying, if it comes to that. And I don't even know that it will, but I do know that it scared me deeply to my core, to where it's something I think about every single day. And I don't talk to those people anymore who I experienced that with. But, you know, I'm sure they think about it every single day, too.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in, telling us about it.
Well, I'll be back. Probably not as Danny Glover. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's good. All right. Have a good one, dude.
Later.
Okay, we're going to take one more break here. We'll come back. We'll do a few more calls, and then we're going to call it for the evening. Again, all the music from this stream has been from TohLPeaks. And the link to the SoundCloud that I'm playing all this music from is in the description of this video. So if you want to listen to that, you can find it right there. And we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, we are back. Whoa. Take it easy. Okay. You can call in now, 518-288-7938. This is the final portion of the call-in show that we're doing today about conspiracies, and we've got a caller right now.
Call from
John F. Kennedy.
JFK?
Yes, I am here. I am alive and well despite what that last man was saying.
What's up? What are you doing? Where are you?
I cannot endorse that information at this time. I am with Elvis Presley.
Oh, okay. So, what was? I guess you would know. I guess. What was the purpose of your whole death?
I had enough. I had enough of the politics and all these asshole politicians. I wanted out clean.
And now, what have you been doing for the past 60 years?
Not a hell lot. Been working on a cure for cancer, but it's going really slowly.
Okay. What's Elvis up to?
He's just getting badder by the day.
Badder or better?
Around. What?
What'd you say, badder?
Fatter.
Oh, fatter. Okay, good lord.
He just sits around and eats those fried peanut butter and banana sandwiches.
Yeah, that's not sustainable.
It sickens me.
What have you been eating?
Just fried banana sandwiches.
Oh God! So you're stuck. You're stuck there with Elvis.
Yeah. I wish those CIA men actually did kill me.
Well, so you got to know more than, I mean, you got a high security clearance. I mean, that was a while ago, but you know, what could you tell us about the global conspiracies? Like, are we on the right path here? Are we climbing, sniffing up the right tree, or is this are we all wrong?
Totally wrong.
Oh.
I used a ketchup packet, and I pressed that button, and they blew up in my shirt and my head.
You had like some squibs?
Yes.
What was it? Wait, what was the purpose again? Did I miss? What was the purpose? Why?
I was tired.
So you gave the go ahead.
Oh, it was all my idea.
Do you regret that at all, or you think you stand by that?
No, I wish someone actually did kill me. I hate this bastard Presley.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for calling in, JFK. Thank you.
I have one thing to say.
Yeah.
Ask not what the minute hour can do for you. Ask instead what you can do for the minute hour. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
I mean, that's so true, really, when you think about it. Truly a skilled orator, and I can understand why people like that guy so much.
Call from?
Yes, I'm calling now.
What? Hello?
Yes.
We're talking about conspiracies today. What?
Okay, well, I was just calling in. I just wanted to put in my input that as an American citizen, I generally don't have any concerns about the government. I find that conspiracies tend to be false, and I don't really believe any of them.
So what do you think about the contents of this show thus far, if you've been listening? Just a bunch of nonsense? I mean, what's the motivation behind people being so conspiratorial or thinking that there are conspiracies?
Well, I think that some people are weird. And when I start to think weird things or think things that, I just try to be normal, basically.
Oh, yeah.
I like to think that the government has our best interests in mind, and I was made aware of your program, or I found your program, because I'm a fan, and
I just think that anytime I have any concerns or strange thoughts, if I'm being weird, I'll take an SSRI or maybe a Xanax and maybe shop at Walmart or go get some fast food and just relax. Maybe watch, maybe you could talk about some more normal things on your program, like the most recent Avengers came out a couple months ago. Maybe that's a nice normal topic that we could all discuss.
Like, so you think we should just take it easy, take a step back, just relax, and watch the Avengers?
Well, I'm a normal American citizen, and I just think that you know, if you're don't be weird. If you're having these strange thoughts that the government is watching you or something, you shouldn't be worried as long as you have nothing to hide.
Is this something, is your primary experience with these conspiracy guys over the internet, or do you have a real life experience in your workplace or something? Have you seen what can happen when someone goes too far down this rabbit hole? It was mainly online.
I mean, I just think that I don't really see any problems going on in the world. And when people tell me that the government is acting strange or doing strange things, it's just like, just relax,
Who can you think of as the closest person to you that has this, that's going down this path that you forsake?
Well, I see it all around me. I don't really have an exact answer to your question, but
there's no. The question is
ignoring that.
I would just like to
advise everyone to.
Well, just real quick. Just the question
don't have
is
too many
just.
questions.
No. This is an easy question. Just like, are there people in your life that you've seen are these crazy conspiracy people, and it makes you feel a certain way, or is this something you just notice on the internet?
I just feel that when these ideas are propagated, it just causes people to act strange, and it would just be better if everyone would just kind of relax and be normal and watch television.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. I just want to understand from you if you've found a person in your life who's a friend or a family member that you think is acting weird, and could give us a personal story about where that went. Or is the answer no? You could just say no.
Okay. Everyone around me is very normal. We all have very good family lives and children, and we
God bless.
Go shopping, and we just try to be normal. I see some strange content on your podcast. I just want everybody listening to just know that generally the government has the best interests in mind. Yeah. Just don't be weird, okay?
All right, so it's not a personal thing for you. It's just you've noticed that people are being weird.
Sure.
Okay, and your advice would be
a little bit. No offense.
I mean, I take no offense at all, but I just want to get, I want to understand your opinion. Where does this come? What?
Nothing happened with JFK. Nothing, strange going on with the Jewish people. It's all fine. It's all above board.
All right. Well, I mean, hey, thanks for giving us your opinion then.
All right.
All right.
And could we maybe talk for maybe 90 more seconds? I just want to make sure that you have all your ideas out there.
I mean, I know. I feel like I've said what I need to say, but I'm happy to give you the floor uninhibited.
Triangulated.
90 seconds right now. You go.
All right. Well, you just go ahead. I pretty much got my whole. I don't know. I'm just fucking around.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think I think you're.
I was just kidding. I'll give you a real one though.
Oh, okay.
All right. Have you ever heard of monkey? Yeah, I was just fucking around. Have you ever heard of Monkey Hate Gate, the Minute Hour?
No.
No? Okay.
Monkey Hate Gate?
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like a weird. It's probably not a conspiracy, but it's like this animal abuse like cult that exists on
YouTube. Basically, if you YouTube search like monkey hate, there's a bunch of weird videos of like monkeys being like mistreated and like strange comments of people like just saying weird things, and YouTube just leaves it up, and they have millions of views, and there's thousands of videos. It's kind of strange.
Okay, so
or like YouTube. YouTube will go ahead.
I mean, we've changed perspectives a lot here. You've done a 180. You've denounced what you said at the first 5 minutes of this call as being a mere joke. But what about this? Do you think that there is a secret language that the rich are using in this country to speak about their plans to communicate to other rich people that we don't understand? They're talking in plain English, but they're using code words to describe their ultimate plan. Do you think that is related to Monkey Hate Gate or not?
That they use a secret language that poor people can't understand?
Yes.
What does it sound like you think that? Elaborate a little more. I haven't heard of this.
Like, let's say, for instance, that a company puts out a press release that's seemingly normal. They're just announcing some new product, but actually there's a coded message inside the press release that all the other rich people understand because they're using these code words that they learned, at like the secret meetings and stuff. Do you think that's going on, or am I being crazy, or is that going on?
I mean, there's probably a lot of like subliminal messaging. That's kind of what you're talking about, right? It's like coded messages that are supposed to like get to your unconscious or subconscious.
Yeah, it's like I'm just talking. I mean, I was talking about this guy earlier, set himself on fire. He had this idea that when politicians give big speeches, they're actually a coded message to other politicians to signal their intent that people like us that can't understand it.
I mean, why wouldn't they just talk to the other rich people in private and just say exactly what they think?
That's a really good point.
I mean, I don't know, probably. There's probably, yeah, I agree. I don't really trust anything, so I agree wholeheartedly.
All right, good.
But yeah,
all right,
check
thanks
out the monkey hate stuff, man. It's creepy. And YouTube supports it, and content creators are making money off of this weird content. That's my conspiracy for you.
All right, well, man, thank you for calling in.
All right. Take care. Minute up.
Call from
former President Richard Nixon.
Second former president today who's calling in. Richard Nixon?
Oh, good to see you. I just have one question for you, Mr. Leala. You let that fucking bastard Kennedy go on the talk show before me.
It really wasn't my choice, but I understand.
Well, I mean, you could have had a choice. There's always a choice.
I could have hung up on him immediately, so you're all right.
You could have, but you didn't. So what's the topic for today's show?
Conspiracies.
There's a lot of conspiracies I know about, but I can't really talk.
I mean, you should feel free to talk now. Nobody.
Do you have any any questions for the former president?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I hate to go the really obvious route, but Watergate, was that real, or was that just like a...
That was not real. I did not know anything about that. That was
all right.
A load of bullshit that they tried to pin on me to get me out of office. And I'm telling you right now, if I was still in office, Vietnam wouldn't have gone to the goddamn northern Vietnamese.
We would have had it?
Oh, we would have still had it. Would have been a goddamn century of peace if it weren't for those fucking cocksuckers.
It sounds like you're a little stuck on that, to be honest. But I mean, like, what if you were? Let's just say you were president.
I can move faster. I can move faster if you like.
No, let's just say that you were president this whole time, since you were president.
If I was president this whole time.
So what do you think would be different today? Like, what's the Nixon ideal America that you would have pushed for?
Well, it's probably the one that still has. Hold on a second. I'm doing my dishes right now.
Oh.
Have you ever worked with cast iron before?
Yeah, it's
Really
tough.
great stuff.
Tough cleaning
Really
that
great
stuff.
I think if I was still in office today, I'd say that we would still have the Mighty Lighthouse coming out.
Oh.
I'm a big fan. Me and Buddy.
Whoa, cool. Thank you, Richard Nixon.
Very big fans. So a lot of people in the White House still are big fans of the Mighty Lighthouse, and they're wondering when the next issue is going to be coming out.
Oh man, jeez. Well, that's a tough question to answer. There might be a whole conspiracy behind that, even.
Well, this is where I turn the question back on you. It's the conspiracy of why the Mighty Lighthouse hasn't had a new issue in a while.
I don't. This is not the topic of the today. That's a whole other thing. But
What about signal return?
we really appreciate your call, though, Richard.
Are you just like giving me the quick go fuck myself and I have to go? Leave?
No, I wouldn't. I don't want to be evasive at all. But basically, I want to ask you what you think is the deal with conspiracies.
The deal with conspiracies?
Yeah, what's the deal?
Yes
or no?
Oh, sorry. I couldn't hear you. I was watching this. What's up?
Would you say yes or no?
About what? Conspiracies?
Conspiracies.
I'd say yeah. There's a lot of them. 9/11 is the big one.
Yeah.
I know a lot about the 9/11 shit.
Because you've experienced it personally. You've had a conspiracy against you.
I've had conspiracies against me, and I've also had conspiracies against other people. But I can't really talk about it too much because I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. Well, thank you for calling in. It's good to hear that you're.
Well, I just wanted to get my 2 cents in because you had that fucking piece of shit Kennedy on before me. So
that's
I
understandable.
just wanted to say fuck Kennedy, fuck his bullshit Irish family,
Yeah.
and go Nixon.
All right. Have a good one.
Call from
Crayfish.
What? Hello?
Crayfish. Howdy doodle there, Minarino.
How you doing, Crayfish? We're talking conspiracies today.
Oh, I'm not doing too good. I got a fucking conspiracy for you. One, that you are the center of it, sir. Or should I say, you doer, sir.
Okay.
You're trying to make us feel bad. All the time you're apologizing to us. And 50 times it really to the soul.
Okay, I don't want you to think this is part of the conspiracy, but you're cutting in and out, and I can't understand the words you're saying.
Well, that sounds like something a conspiracy theorist would say.
No, and that's why I said right before I explained that this is not a conspiracy. But go. What were you saying again?
That sounds about right.
Say it again.
The amount of times that you apologize to your listeners when they don't get in, you're bringing us down. Working at the foundations of our sanity.
My apologies specifically, or do you think it's that I'm actually I somehow know before you call in that I don't want to talk to you?
Damn, you got me there.
Yeah, it's a tough one. All right, well, let's just.
But I do got a real one for you.
Yeah, let's go to a real conspiracy.
Simply this: it's that I'll throw in some blanketed statements here, but that the very much bigoted and prejudiced populations of the world that hate upon the LGBT communities, they don't hate them because they're different. They hate them because they're not reproducing more white children. It's the only thing they care about is more white babies. Because if you look at the statistics in America, it's predominantly Caucasian/white people who are in this community. And I probably just pissed some people off by saying that. Again, super fucking blanketed statements. Shoot me if you will. And if you really think about it, what is religion's purpose? It's to control. Control what? Specifically, it's often women and their rights, reproduction rights, their fucking freedoms to go places, and that ties right in to the LGBT. They don't give a fuck that it's two men kissing. They care that they're not fucking women making more white babies. And they get even more pissed off when you get immigrants coming into a country that was formed by immigrants. And that's about it. I wanted to keep it quick for you.
Okay, I'll be honest. I didn't follow it. Wait. Before you go, what? So it said Is that the? What is it about the white babies? So is it a conspiracy that? Just real quick. But you'd think like the immigrants coming in, like we got. I mean, this is perhaps prejudice, but I think of, Mexicans. They're a form of immigrant, and they probably have a lot of babies, right? We're saying those are the bad babies. Yeah. We don't want those babies.
That's what your stereotypical conservative, ultra-rich GOP stereotype hates. Because they want white supremacy. They may not say it on the front, but that's the only thing they care about. And when they see people of their own skin color, fucking kissing, two men kissing, two women kissing, not fucking each other, not making babies, they fucking lose it because they think that, oh my God, the white race is getting erased. Oh my God, all these brown people coming in. But I say, good riddance to the white people. I say that being a white person. Fuck them. Let's get some color in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so if you really want to stick it to the man, kiss a man. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in.
Nah, thank you. Have a stellarino rest of the day, Reno. Ho, that was terrible.
Thank you very much. So many competing conspiracies. It's hard to. I feel like we haven't got the grand unified theory at all.
Call
Who's
from
this?
Logan.
Logan, we're talking about conspiracies today. What do you got?
Dude, I heard some conspiracies earlier this morning from one of my coworkers.
Fresh conspiracy. What do you got?
Well, fresh to my ears, but I don't know how fresh it is. It's practically as old as time. Stuff I was hearing this morning be like our language, specifically, I guess the English language, is designed specifically to lower our frequency. And that a lot of our...
What does that mean? Give me a little more info on that. Lower our frequency?
Yeah, like, there's frequencies, you got like radio, I guess you got like TV, you got like Bluetooth.
Okay.
Bluetooth is a frequency.
Talk about waves.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, with Bluetooth, you walk into any given room, you got like 12, you got like 20, you got a dozen different Bluetooth frequencies shooting at you at any given time. Mm-hmm. That's wild, right?
Sure. It's unprecedented, let's say. It's never happened in the past.
Yeah. And like that Bluetooth, could you see it? You can't feel it. That's just everyone just assumes it's there, and that makes all these effects. Anyway, that's I guess that was just like a sidewind of what I was trying to say. How there's all these different frequencies, but language is its own frequency. And I heard early this morning, how like they say you have weekdays. That's like the days that everybody works. But you can say weekday, but it could also mean week. You got week, WEEK, weekday.
Right. Week. Like
you also got
the opposite of strong.
Exactly. So some of these weekdays are literally making you weak.
What about weekends?
And
it's when you end. That's when you stop being weak.
You'd think so, but that's when you're the most weekend.
Oh, weekend. Ah. I like it.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't like it because it's taking over our power.
What do you do on your weekends?
Well, I try to avoid work most of all.
Smart.
And and I guess I try to YouTube and draw. I don't know, man. I don't accomplish as much during my weekends as I, wish I could. I'm too tired.
Your weekend from the weekdays.
I'm literally weekend from the weekdays.
It's cool though.
It's
I mean, like, I feel like a pretty strong part of conspiracy thinking, and I'm not saying this in a derogatory way in any way. It's like trying to figure out these little language traps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does the language really mean? Now, what are these words? They came from, we've been speaking these words for so long, but what do they actually mean? What's their origin? So a lot of people, perhaps like yourself, are trying to figure out the secret meaning.
Dude, what strikes me is like one of the earliest stories that were, I guess, told of like the folly of man is about how like, what was that tower you were like building up to God or whatever?
The Tower of Babel.
Tower of Babel, exactly. And what's the punishment? Like once we were assuming that we could reach the heavens, the punishment is that we were all of our language was confused and we're spread across the earth. I think like the confusing of our language is like the first thing to get it, like to take our power away. Like make it that much more confusing to talk to each other. Like maybe that's the first step in conspiracies in general is to get on the same page as people. And like that's the first tool they used against us is to take that page away from us and make us all confused.
So you think that's where you are in your life, where you're speaking what seems like a shared language, but you're actually kind of feel like you're talking in a different language than the normies and stuff?
It feels like I'm, trying to use this language we got to speak to the normies, it feels like you can't get them words out. It's all become so confused. I feel like, dude, I don't even know.
All right, that's fine. That's what this stream is about. We don't know. We know we don't know.
Is that all right that we can just admit that we don't know? Like, absolutely. Is that a conspiracy? That we can all just admit there's too much stuff going on that like we can't possibly know at any given moment?
I feel like that's the most lucid thought I've heard on the stream so far is that we can't know.
There's too much going on at any given moment. Part of the conspiracy might be just to be putting too much information in front of us at any given time that we're all just completely distracted. There's nothing to tune into at any given time. There's too much stuff to tune into.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, thank you for calling in.
Yeah. No, it's been fun.
All right. Have a good one, dude.
You as well.
Okay, well, I did say that was going to be the last section, but, the conspiracy's calling shows, so I can talk about this for a long time. So we're going to do one more break, and we'll do one more section right after this. But, that's going to be the last one after this. But, again, all the music on the stream is from TohLPeaks, and you can find the link to in the description of this video to this guy's SoundCloud. We're going to play one more song here, and then I'll be back taking more calls. We'll be back in just a minute. Okay, this is for real the last section of the call-in show. We're talking about conspiracies. You can call in now. The number is 518-288-7938. And we've got another caller right now.
Call from
Matt.
Matt, hello?
All right.
Yo, dude, you're on. We're talking about conspiracies today. What do you got?
So, I missed some of the show if I'm saying something. This is pretty basic stuff, so if I'm repeating something, just let me know. But I've always had this theory that in the United States and other countries, and maybe this is a global thing, but that the different government parties work together and that we vote for nothing, basically. And they're going to do whatever they're going to do. They've got it planned out for 10 years, maybe 100 years, maybe even 1,000. They might have like 1,000-year plans. And that like Hillary Clinton and George Bush and Donald Trump and Barack Obama, they all sit around and hang out and they're best buddies, and they're completely perfectly happy with everything that goes on because it's all part of their plan.
I will say I have noticed a similar thing, and what I have picked up on as being the common ground between the parties is foreign wars. It's like recently America in the U.S., they're passing $100 billion aid package for to go send weapons to the Ukraine and to Israel and to aid in Taiwan and stuff. And I remember reading in these articles recently, they're saying in a rare display of bipartisanship, it's like the hardline factions in both parties were against the sort of war hawk stuff, but generally the mass majority of representatives who are in our government think that's a good thing, is to foster war in other regions of the globe.
And that resistance you're talking about is all just news for us to think that there's actually somebody on top, inside, who shares our belief or the belief that we need to sort of cool it on the war stuff. I don't really think there's anybody in politics who really feels that way. They're just like, okay, who's gonna be they draw names out of the hat for who's gonna, and obviously that's not true because it's always like the same group of people, but someone's kind of got to put up that front that, oh yeah, someone resisted, someone voted against it.
Because it might look weird to us if it was like all 535 members of the House voted to send weapons to the Ukraine and Israel. That would be a little bit strange. We'd probably be like, well, that's weird. So yeah, I agree to an extent. I agree there where it's like there's the safety mechanism there where it's like we can afford to vote against this because we know it's going to pass anyway. Doesn't really matter if we vote against it.
But as part of that, I would go even further to say that I think that on top there are like the billionaires, the multi-billionaires, and like people who run the major companies, the pharmaceutical companies and AT&T and Boeing and big important companies like that. I think they all sit at those same meetings and kind of get to call the shots. And I think every big thing that we see happen, whether it's like a big war or any kind of big decision, I think it all really, the purpose of all those decisions is to make the world and make life ideal for those people. Everything that goes on with immigration, everything that goes on with our educational systems is all designed to create a population that will sort of put them on top like monarchy, basically.
Do you think, since we're sort of on the foreign wars subject now, do you think that the draft is something that will come back in our lifetime?
I kind of don't think so, because I sort of feel like I don't know who they would draft. You know, I don't think there's like a useful group of people that they could get a hold of, sort of. Like, I think the draft is kind of random. Like, I know you can get out of it purposely, or not purposely, but in a not random way by having certain disabilities and certain exceptional life circumstances. But
or being, you know, wealthy, being part of that,
probably
being born into that inner circle. I bring it up because I watched a movie last night. This movie I really like called Big Wednesday. It's a movie by John Milius in the 70s, and it sort of occurred to me that the draft is a part of that movie. It occurred to me that, like, if you had a bunch of if you had severe civil unrest at home, domestic civil unrest, because of a war that your citizens thought were unjustified, a great way to take the wind out of, like, a mass protest would be to draft all of the young men in the country and send them over to that war, because then they can't protest.
You'd have to be really careful, because what you might end up doing is sending all the people over to fight who maybe support you, or even just keep the gears turning by working and doing whatever else keeps society functioning. And then when you try to draft your so-called enemy, they're not going to cooperate. They're going to go hide out in Canada. And what are they going to do over there? They might create some kind of militia. I mean,
but it's, I guess the idea that I'm thinking of is, like, then you make it illegal to go against. It's like, it's not illegal to protest a war, but it is illegal to dodge the draft. So it's sort of like you could use the draft and just be like, if you're against the war, we're going to send you over to the war and get you killed. And then you can't, you can't protest, because then it's a sincerely illegal act. It's not just like, we don't like you. It's like, well, we're just going to make sure you die in the foreign country.
That could work. You'd have to really pull a lot of strings, like I said, to make sure that you're not sending, like, senators' kids on accident or anything like that.
But that's, I mean, there's a precedent for that, right? Where those kids aren't going to the draft. There's loopholes that they
end up in Nebraska on some airstrip.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I personally don't know if the draft would ever happen. I think I'm outside the age range, so it's
I would say we are, yeah. I don't know exactly how old you are. I'm 38. I don't think I think it's actually like 28. It's pretty young.
But it's also, those laws are changeable. That's not like it's not written by God that only up to 28 is when you can be drafted. They could just be like, yeah, you know what? Now we changed it. You could be 40 and you get drafted up to
right.
Yeah, just the idea of making it illegal to actually protest, beyond the sense of, like, there's obviously a lot of leeway that governments can use to, like, arrest people who are protesting. But then if you're just like, we're going to draft all these people, so it's like, it's actually illegal for you to stay here.
That's actually, you kind of, I think, maybe inadvertently made an interesting point, that it would be simpler.
Does it have to be inadvertent? Couldn't you just say that I made a point advertently?
No, inadvertently.
All right, fine. Whatever.
You accidentally did something on purpose.
All right, sorry, go on.
But what I was going to say is that I think you kind of made the point that if the government wants to outlaw protesting, I think that they would sooner just outright outlaw protesting than create a sort of a fake or unnecessary draft.
Okay.
And another thing, like, you're going to take all your opponents and you're going to train them how to use guns and whip them into shape.
True.
And I mean, I would say that, like, if you were the president and you were pitching this idea, these are the counter arguments that I would be making to you. if I were an advisor to you.
Let's not train our enemy in how to violently oppose the government.
Yeah, and then send them over to a country that hates us, where they might just turn around and click up with those people and say, "Look, I don't want to be here," you know.
Right.
Take me over to your base, and I'll tell you some secrets, and you know.
All right. Well, hey man, thank you for calling in. Good to hear from you.
Thanks a lot. I'm glad I got the right call 72 times. Pineapple, pineapple, pineapple.
The pineapple guy. You know him. You love him. Senior Pineapple. All right, 518-288-7938. We are taking a few more calls here on the Conspiracy Show, and then we're going to call it quits. So who's going to get the last call? Who's going to make me say the show is over? Is this a foreign?
Call from
Michael Jackson.
Oh, whoa. Hello?
Hello, this is Michael Jackson.
Is this Michael Jackson?
Yes.
Oh. What's up?
Well, I'm ready to tell the world the truth.
Okay. I'm ready to listen.
Conrad Murray was a murderer, my physician, and I escaped the hospital like a secret agent. And the photos of my body, the gray photos, fake.
Michael, do you have a theory as to why that happened to you?
I think that they didn't like my comments about not wanting to tour.
Oh, very prescient comments. I've seen that. You hate touring.
I hate to tour.
Yeah, and that's like, you know, to the people who you're making money for, that's a big no-no because they love that you tour.
Yes, because they vampire suck the money from my bank account, joint bank account. And so I decided to move out to northernmost region of Earth with my children. My real children don't they look more like me than the ones you see in the media.
The northernmost region of the Earth, like the North Pole?
Yes.
What's it like up there? How are you living? Where do you get your groceries from, dude?
A drone.
A drone.
The Uber drone.
Who's organizing? Who before you told us, who else knew that you are still alive and is helping you keep it going?
Well, I can't exactly disclose. Close family, though. They know.
Okay. Joe?
Yes?
Joe Jackson?
No, it's just me in my cabin.
Tito?
In the Arctic.
You can't
No.
say. You can't say.
I can't say.
Well, what's it like up there? You having a good time, or are you ready to come back, or what?
I thought about coming back, but I don't like the limelight. I just want to stay in this cold cabin with my kids.
You been working on any music?
Ambient music.
Oh. I mean, I've seen a lot of videos of you, Michael, and you know, you can basically beatbox a whole track from start to finish. You know, we can get a great idea of what you're working on. So I'd love to hear right now, whatever you're working on, if you could just give us the a cappella version, if you don't mind.
Well, you know, it's normally I have these big bombastic performances where I'm doing the flips and I'm dancing and doing the moonwalk. But I don't do that anymore. I live a quiet life. I live like a hermit. So my style of music has kind of adopted that mantra.
Okay, still, I'd love to hear it.
Sure, no problem. There's like a soaring eagle will play, but you know, there's acapella, so that's about it, really.
What do you call that one?
The gloved one.
Oh, okay. Well, Michael, I mean, I sincerely I hope that there's a way for you to distribute your new music. I don't know if they have internet where you are, but you're calling, so I guess there's some sort of connection.
Well, hopefully the Minute Hour fan community will recognize the music if they can find it online.
Yeah, happily publish the next Michael Jackson album. Just get in touch with me after the stream, obviously.
No problem. I'll give you the data. I'll give you the clues.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
No problem.
It's weird about that. His voice got higher. Michael's voice got higher and higher throughout that call. That was weird. 518-288-7938. Oh, we are talking about conspiracies today. Who's this?
Call from
Brandon.
Brandon, we're talking conspiracies. What do you got?
Oh, I made it.
Yeah,
I think that Johnny Morris is the devil.
Who?
He is the creator of Bass Pro.
Someone else was mentioning Bass Pro in passing here.
That was me. Well, I don't know, in chat.
Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah, give us the skinny on that.
Okay. All the things that you hear about the devil, like he makes people famous, he makes deals.
He's red.
All that kind of stuff. Yeah, he's red, kind of. When you think about it, Bass Pro is basically replacing the outdoors and like sort of playing God with the outside, kind of in this like capitalism way. And he makes deals with sports teams like NASCAR. He has deals with musicians. He has deals with, boats and all
Goats?
those kind of boats.
Oh, sorry.
He makes a bunch of fake ducks. I hate fake ducks.
Ducks?
Yeah, fake ducks.
Can you briefly explain what that means?
Yeah, so he has, with Bass Pro, he makes all these fake ducks that,
Are you saying ducks?
Yes, ducks.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
And I have a theory that he is using them kind of in part with his, he had this thing where he raised like $5 million off of $1 million for the outside, based on ducks. And he recently produced like a movie about it. And he has like ducks on his NASCAR and that kind of thing. I was also at his like Christmas thing, and he had this. So he brought in this school group, and it's like the Wolves. Like his special school program thing is like the Wolves, and it's like children that are wolves, like kind of like wolves in sheep's clothing, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
There's a lot of little things that point me towards it. And it's hard to explain exactly.
It's hard to comprehend also.
Yes. But he has deals with politicians. He's been in connection with like multiple presidents and that kind of thing. And there's like, when it comes to like I said, things I think about like God is like the outside and nature and that kind of stuff. And he's got his hands just like all over it. Connections to politicians.
So he's tainting nature.
Yes.
What is what in your mind? What is the ultimate goal here?
Okay, so I think
the ultimate goal is
You don't have to be right. Just put an idea out there. What's your gut telling you?
I don't know if there really is an ultimate goal. I think it's just certain people inherit certain certain spirits, and I just think that he inherits the spirit of the devil in a way.
So it's not even his fault, really.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, what do you think? Do you think people are in charge of their own destiny, or are they born and they inherit these diseases that make them act a certain way?
I think that they create their own destiny. I think there's a very you make the choices that the spirits that you inherit. Another thing, sometimes you just notice things. I notice a lot of people wearing the Bass Pro hats. I know they're cheap and that kind of stuff. There's something about the mark of the beast in the Bible. People on people's foreheads, and when I think of that, I think of the bass on the hats on people's foreheads, and I see it in the background of all these videos and stuff. And yeah.
Do you think that these people who are swept up in this, who are buying the Bass Pro items, the hats perhaps specifically, are they in on this conspiracy, or are they unwitting accomplices?
So both. I think you're making a small deal in a way to be part of the Bass Pro brand, I think. And you see it in the backgrounds of a lot of things. If you just look at hats in the crowd, probably one of them is going to be Bass Pro, and you're just kind of bringing that spirit about. Yeah.
All right. Oh, hey, that's good enough for me.
Yeah. Anyway,
thanks for calling in.
That's about it. See ya.
All right. Bye. Nice. Bass Pro. Oh, God. Yeah. I don't think I have any further thoughts on that.
Peter,
hello. We're talking conspiracies today.
Yeah, I have a conspiracy. I think that last guy was hired by Dick's Sporting Goods
to divert the consumer audience of Bass Pro.
He's tarnishing the good name of Bass Pro.
So you're pro Bass Pro.
I'm pro Bass Pro. I'm pro the ducks. Real ducks, fake ducks. I don't know what that guy had a problem with, but
we didn't really get to the bottom of the ducks, really. But so, this is kind of a reactionary conspiracy, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, I'm a reactionary, you could say.
Right. So if someone presents a conspiracy theory, your reaction is that's a conspiracy theory, that they're presenting that.
Well, he's claiming that this person is the devil. But
it's a big claim.
It's a big claim. And I think that's something the devil might do. Really? Maybe Bass Pro Shop. Maybe it's God.
So you think it's...
I mean, they got the big... They have a big pyramid, you know?
This is ultra reaction to just go opposite mode.
That's right.
What do you think if you just had to guess? And I'm not saying you think this in your normal life or every day, and it colors every thought and opinion you ever had. But if you just had to guess, what is the devil in our modern life?
Oh,
who Who is the devil? Disney?
Who is the devil? Disney?
Putin?
No, it's probably not Disney. Maybe it's like maybe it's ChatGPT.
Okay. AI?
Not AI, just ChatGPT.
What about ChatGPT specifically? Oh, sorry, go on.
You know, sometimes I wanted to write like something erotic. It won't let me. Pisses me off.
And that seems sort of satanic.
Yeah, I think God would be chill with that. If God made ChatGPT, he'd let me write whatever I want. He'd write it for me.
So imagine the future of the globe, and let's just say ChatGPT became the thing. It became the ultimate overlord where everyone's asking ChatGPT for advice on how to do any basic thing. Google is gone. Bing is gone. It's just ChatGPT.
Whoa, that's dark.
Right?
The dark thought you just put in my head.
Yeah, so like what does that mean? You make sense of that thought.
So big GPT they're going to be controlling all our thoughts. They're going to be censoring us. I mean, all ChatGPT does is it predicts the next word, and soon it's going to know what we're going to say before we even say it. It can corner and corral us. And soon we're going to be writing the essays, and we're going to be doing the homework for ChatGPT. We're going to be the robot slaves.
I like it. I don't want to go any deeper than that because it sounds cool right there, and perhaps if we go deeper, we might not believe it anymore. But that's good.
Yeah, be on the lookout for that.
All right. Thanks for calling in.
You got it. All right, have a good one.
You too.
Call from.
Hello?
Hey.
Thomas?
Thomas.
We're talking conspiracies today. What do you got?
I've been thinking about a couple things. One is, I think just maybe if this is a conspiracy or not, but I swear to God, man, like doctors just want to take all your money and, you know, just lie to you. For example, my fat fucking cat, you know.
Tony?
Yeah, Tony. I put him on this medication that my vet has prescribed him twice. And both times it has totally fucking like zombified him, turned him from an active, fat, fun cat, very chatty and talkative and playful, into a zombie who sleeps all day and hisses and is mean because the medication is fucking destroying his life. So twice I've taken him off of the medication, and he's off it now, and he's doing fantastically. But I go into the doctor, or the fucking vet, and I'm like, yeah, you know, so like he's on the meds, but I've noticed he's like having diarrhea now, and he like doesn't move ever, and he just sleeps all day. And she was like, oh, yeah, well, you know, the numbers, the blood test numbers are like normalizing. Maybe he just needs a probiotic so he doesn't have the diarrhea. Wow. And I was like, okay. And then I, of course, like go home and do some Googling, and like other people are complaining that it's the medication. And I'm just like, you know, the doctor move is to like be like, rather than take him off of the thing that I gave you that you're paying for, here's another thing that you can pay for to, you know, continue. I don't know. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, you're talking about animal care, but do you think like this also extends to human care?
1,000 billion% it fucking does. You know, this is I just had a ultrasound this morning, actually, because I'm having some health problems. You're
pregnant?
I wish I was pregnant. Yeah, I think the one thing that they maybe saw is that I have some sludge in my gallbladder, so that's not a baby, but it's cool. It's sludge.
Yeah. Something you got to get out like a baby.
Yeah, I don't know if they can get out. That's the thing. When you have gallbladder problems, they're like, well, we can remove your whole gallbladder. But that's it. I definitely think it applies across the board. Dealing with human doctors, like doctors for humans, I have experienced that, like, to no end. Even if they can't identify what your problem is, they will, like, jump to prescribing something first.
I think that's a very valid thing to notice. And my question would be, personally, I think, I agree with you. I think that's true. It's like, because the pharmaceutical industry, it is an industry. It exists, an industry can only exist to perpetuate itself. Like, no, an industry is never going to be like, we are not necessary, actually, and so you should just not use us. Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense for keeping a business
and
going.
It's like, especially, it's like, if they can, they're making you a customer, like, rather than sort of address the root of a problem. What I feel like they love to do is, like, give you a pill for the symptom.
And we've got big evidence of that, especially recently with, like, obesity and with eating problems in general. It's like there was pretty interesting change in U.S. government policy where recently government agencies, health agencies, were saying that obesity is not actually a lifestyle disease. It's genetic. It's totally genetic. It has nothing to do with you eating McDonald's. Yes, 100%. It has nothing to do with you eating McDonald's every day. It has to do with your genetics. And so they were using this new paradigm to say it's okay. The government changed its position and said it's now okay to do surgery on minors that will help them not be obese in the future, and it's okay to prescribe them weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy and that sort of stuff.
That is fucked.
It's the great. But I mean, it's a great idea for the government to just be like,
I mean,
now you can keep buying McDonald's, and also you can buy our prescription to McDonald's. You can do both at the same time. You can pay us double, and you'll be fine in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, somebody, like, pretty close to me, this was a while ago, so it doesn't, like, but like, had that sort of, like, had a pretty significant weight loss surgery, and the doctors, like, fucked it up, and so for a while she was, like, made incredibly skinny, but, like, couldn't really digest food and, like, got fucked up by it. And then they had, like, a follow-up surgery, and, she just straight up died because of the initial fuck up. They just, like, couldn't keep her going. And so, like, I think it ended up costing so much more money for them, and they just ended up killing her. So I don't know. It's crazy. Also, my fucking sister's on Ozempic. That's
Mine
just
too.
Another insane one. Really?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Sisters.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So, in your mind, then, you've had these thoughts before. Do you think that doctors, in particular, like the individuals, they have this sort of a malicious mindset, or is there what could be the other reason where it's like it's hard for me to say all these individuals are just evil and they're just trying to kill us. Like that seems crazy. So like what would be the
I've thought
alternate?
about it a lot.
Okay.
I think part of it is it is baked into the like protocol. It is like baked into the culture of being a doctor. I think the doctors are less so to blame than the pharmaceutical companies, who pharmaceutical companies provide funding for hospitals. They provide funding for scientific research. They do so much in terms of bankrolling the doctors in a way that they get to basically dictate how protocol is formed around prescribing medication and stuff. And so I think part of it is just cultural. It's baked into doctor culture. It is their reflex, their learned reflex is to be here's a pill for this.
Right, and to go off that, you could imagine that from a doctor's perspective, medical intervention is the solution that works for people. They've probably spent a lot of time telling fat people, hey, stop eating McDonald's every day and you'll
put your hands
stop being
under
fat.
Your butt.
And they're just, people won't do that. So all right, fine. How about this? Just take this pill and you can keep eating McDonald's. You don't have to change your lifestyle at all. And
the
this
thing about
will make you
Ozempic
more
is you
healthy.
can't keep eating McDonald's, dude.
You can't?
My sister was telling me about it, and she was like, yeah, when I started Ozempic, she had some fucking fried food, right away. And, spent, the whole night vomiting because, Ozempic basically just makes your body, I think, not process food as well. So, you eat too much on Ozempic, you just get nauseous.
But either way,
so
we're sort of thinking the doctors aren't in on this evil scheme, or maybe you think this, and I don't want to put words in.
I think here's the thing. I think they are the smart ones that are doing it, that are not quote unquote evil. I'd be hard pressed to say anyone's evil, but it's a mutually beneficial relationship where prescribing you a pill makes the doctor money too. And I think that they're they do, part of them genuinely believes, hey, this is a positive thing that I'm doing, giving you medication. But I think the ones that are self-aware enough to be maybe I'm doling out a bit too much, or there's a conflict of interest at hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I think some of them are just looking the other way pretty conveniently.
And they can point to the results. They can be I gave all these patients this medication and they are losing weight. They are becoming healthier. It's hard to say, from their perspective, I shouldn't have done that.
They'll just be what? Am I evil? Am I evil for making all this money off of giving people Ozempic? And, another story, my mom's friend was on Ozempic, and she was a nurse and got off of Ozempic and immediately gained all the weight back.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
that's the great thing about it, is keep you on medication your whole life.
Got to be in the system, baby. Yeah.
Because you're going to be paying
That's
us
why,
for 70 years.
I solved my cat's Tony's problems by taking him off the medication, and then just now sort of being well, he might have hyperthyroidism, but he seems okay. And fuck this vet. So, until he starts exhibiting some legitimate symptoms of, problems, rather than just being kind of happy all the time. Wait, he's going to make a noise right now. You want to hear him make a noise?
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Hi, Tony.
That was immediate.
Yeah, I know. For some reason, I looked over at him while I was saying that. And when I look at him sometimes, he's just he thinks it's time for him to sit on my lap. So, yeah,
nice.
He's a strange one.
All right, Thomas, thank you for calling in.
Thank you for doing the show, brother. Peace.
Thank you. Okay. I know I've said this before. I want to do just one more section of the Collins show. It's just, I love talking about this stuff with people. So I'm going to do one more break here, and then we'll be back. We'll do one more section, and then we're going to call it quits for today. We'll see. Okay, the music from the stream is from TohLPeaks. You can click on the description of this video and find the link to their SoundCloud, and that will be the link to all the music I've been playing on the stream. So if you like this stuff, click on that link, and you will find it all. I'll be back in just 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay. This is for real, the last portion of the call-in show. We're talking about conspiracies. Calling now, 518-2887. What? Hello?
Oh my gosh, is this the Minute Hour?
Yo, dude. Who's this?
Oh, this is Will.
Oh, Will. We're talking conspiracies today. What do you got?
Oh, dude, Will. No, you're the Minute Hour. I'm Will. You got any people in your life who are like all about conspiracies and everything has to like connect to them? And so you're like, they want to share it. They want to share it to you so much, but they also like don't want you to ask questions about it.
Is that's what that you found? Like if people start digging in too deep, then the cracks start to show?
Well, yeah, they start to get defensive. It's like you want to hear about it, but for like my dad, right? He really wanted to see it's cute. It's when the moon covers the sun, the eclipse.
Yeah.
And so he's like talking about the eclipse. He's always talking about it. He's saying so much about it. And then when it comes, he's like talking about like how he's talking about like CERN and they're spinning up this hydro collider, and I like want to hear about it. And I'm asking him about it. But then like the more questions I answer, he like starts to stutter, kind of like when I get nervous in the call-in show. And then he like starts to get defensive. He's like, "Well, I don't think you believe me, right?"
Wait,
like,
dude.
Yeah.
It sounded like you got real far away from the phone here. You okay?
Sorry. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, yeah. All right, so people,
Yeah, so like,
the more you ask, the more defensive they start to get?
Yeah, and so you're like, I mean, if you really believe this, then like you'd want to share me and like you tell me about it, but like you don't want me to ask questions about it. You just want to be able to say it. So like, I don't know.
There's the thing there, like people who are sharing conspiracies, they're automatically, paranoid people. Because, that seems obvious. Like, if you're, the more your brain is wired to think that there is a grand conspiracy against you, that's a bit paranoid. I'm not saying it's not true, but it's like, it's a bit paranoid. So there's maybe a thing there. It's like people are sharing a conspiracy. They just want you to be like, oh my God. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's like, and you've got like, I don't know. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, they want the world to make sense. I think that's got to be part of it too, right? You want the world to make sense. So you think of these things, and we're so good at making connections, And we like connect all these things. We're good at seeing patterns. And so like start to see things that I feel like sometimes aren't even there. Because like I'm not much of a conspiracy guy, but like, you want to think that parts of your life are connected that, and you want to make reason of the world. I don't know. It's like a human thing.
And, I come from a similar place. In my mind, I'm completely open to any conspiracy. I think that any conspiracy, has a pretty significant amount of it comes from a personal interpretation of evidence that is not, it's like it's not like there's any conspiracy where it's so just perfect. It's just like A to B to C. It's like, all right, this leads to this leads to this. There's always a lot of filling in the blanks that an individual has to do, which I like because it takes a sort of creativity to do that. But yeah, I mean, like, where do you fall there? It's like, you said you're not really into conspiracies, but you're curious about them. Are you curious in a way that you want to kind of just mock them, because people are very sensitive to that, or where does your curiosity come from?
Oh, I mean, when I was young, yeah, I used to be really like into it, where you like first get on the internet and your mom's not looking over your shoulder, and you're just like searching all over the web, and you get to all these like these old websites that would say this is this and that, and you like want to believe so much because the world makes so much like you want to make sense of the world, you want to figure things out. I feel like the older I've gotten, the more I thought that like things aren't always the way they are for a reason, and that these conspiracies, like, you want to make sense out of all the nonsense. But yeah, and for the ones that are real, like, I was watching a video on Martin Luther King Jr., right? And the CIA messing around with, like, specifically trying to research his personal life to be able to discredit him and how they had a role in that. And I always thought that that was one of the ones I didn't believe. And so then it always comes back to asking more questions. I don't know. That's about
that's
a little chaotic in the brain, but yeah.
That's sort of what I think is great about conspiracy theories is that it seems impossible to really know about the current ones, but we know, we could say for a fact that conspiracies happen. They occur throughout all of history, and we don't really know all the information until 60 years after or something. But like our government in the USA has done crazy shit all across the world and within our own borders for many, many, many decades. And so it makes a lot of sense to me to be a person who's thinking what's the crazy shit that's happening right now that we don't know about yet?
Yeah.
But with that, there's no knowing. You can't know currently what the crazy conspiracies are because they're so way above your head.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, so that's why I think of all conspiracies as on the same level as just it's interesting to hear about, and I'm not going to say no way. There's no way that's happening because I really don't know. What do you think then? When you're hearing crazy conspiracies from your dad or from whoever, are you interested in, what is interesting about it to you?
I'm interested in when he's giving me a conspiracy, and it's something that I know more about. So I work in technology. I work in I used to work for a big tech company, right? And so he would send me messages about stuff that was going on with my company, and I'd be like, well, yeah, dude, it's your information's not quite right here, but it's really cool that they're able to do this with certain things, It's really generic, but then he'd send me all of these things. He goes through these phases where he'll just send me these long videos where they're just Fox News clips all put together, and they're super cut. There's all these graphics, and it's just I don't know. It's just a flood of information, and they're all supposed to be connected somehow. Which sometimes I'm
right, the grand unifying theory. But it's also you can kind of as just a regular guy, you can kind of assume that if a giant media corporation is feeding me a bunch of stuff about a certain narrative, that doesn't seem like a conspiracy, really. If some sort of giant corporation is saying, yeah, this is happening, that's harder to believe.
Yeah. I dig. Yeah.
Yeah, so what do you what's your thought then on people who this is their lifestyle? They're thinking they're living their individual life, but they've got these big ideas. Is that something that's helping or hurting people, or what's your feeling about that?
It depends, with the internet, you can hear all of people's opinions on all sorts of things, and sometimes follow people who are are followed around by their own conspiracies, or they suffer from a mental illness where they think that there's people following them, and they'll just make these videos on it. And that in that case, right, where they're on the schizophrenic sort of pipeline, it feels like it becomes their life. And that's not the way it is with my old man, but it sometimes feels that way when he'll come out of a surgery or something, and that's all he can talk about.
Mm. So you yourself, no conspiracies? There's nothing you think a little weird?
Oh.
Give me a personal thought.
I think the coronavirus, when they were talking about where it was coming from in China, right?
The
there
wet
were
mart.
incredible theories. Yeah. What was that?
The wet mart.
The wet mart. I don't know what the wet mart is.
The wet markets. Remember they were saying it came from the chickens in the wet mart.
Yeah. And so
and not the lab that was right across the street from the wet mart. It was the wet mart.
Yeah. And in that case, you could understand why world leaders would be like, well, we want a unified thing, and we still have questions around it, and we don't want people to be jumping to conclusions or making it real political. But like, you know, when there was a truth to it, and they deny it, and then they backstep on it, that's where I start thinking, well, why can't you just tell us what's happening? I guess that was one of the conspiracies I was in, where it was like, oh, that makes sense that it would, you know, it could have come from a lab because it's what they studied, and that's where it originated. But that's one. I think that's where I'm sitting on that.
There's there's like an infinite amount of levels to, you know, crazy conspiracy, where it's like, and, you know, I think that's also part of it where, you know, we haven't talked about this yet on the stream, but the whole idea of conspiracy theories, you know, a lot of people think like that news agencies will purposefully lump reasonable suspicion into the overall umbrella of conspiracy theory because we all associate that with like crazy schizophrenic people who are like, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. So there is
poisoning the well. Okay.
There's a weirdness where it's like we're going to say any amount of suspicion that is directed at the authority of the world, that's a conspiracy theory, and that's the same as like the flat earther people.
Yeah, and if you can make that comparison, it'll make you feel silly for believing it. Then
exactly.
I guess control comes that way.
Just something to think
about. I guess there's like, there's that big question around like, what do, you know, everyone wants to tell you what to think or control you in some way, and some of it's based in truth, some of it's based in fiction. And being able to suss that out, I think, is like, part of the big human experience, where, I don't know, a lot of things can go awry or, what are people's motivations, you know?
All right, well, man, thank you for calling in. Good to hear from you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Minute Hour.
All right, have a good one. 518-288-7938. It's the last section of the call-in show today. We're talking about conspiracy theories. Not in a negative way, you know? I was sort of mentioning that in this last call, you know. I don't look at conspiracy theory as some sort of grand negative thing. I love conspiracy theories. I want to hear more of them. I want to hear all of them. I want to understand what the hell's going on out there.
Call from
Tits McGee.
Hello, Tits McGee. We are on the conspiracy theory call-in show. Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Oh, I'm actually expecting it too.
Yeah, you're on the stream.
Oh, hell yeah. What's up, man?
Yeah, nothing much. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know.
Can you turn off the stream in the background? It's distracting. Okay, you did.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Never mind. So what do you got? What do you want? Which conspiracy theory are you most interested in?
It's probably one of the most famous ones. Fucking aliens. What's your take on that? You think they exist? You think they've been here?
I feel like that's we should do a whole call-in show on aliens, but I really don't know. I guess I have a sort of basic opinion on it, which is like there are probably aliens somewhere, because that seems weird that we would be the only sentient life in the whole universe, which is infinitely large. But I have no idea. I don't have any real cool opinions or theories on what the aliens are doing. What do you think?
Well, it's a tricky subject, because there's a lot of different rabbit holes that say a lot of different things.
Okay.
And I'm not like 100% on anything. I feel like 90 or 80% sure that they've been here.
Okay.
Based off of what the very little bit of quote unquote research I do. Look up a bunch of videos and quote unquote articles, and who would go on the internet and tell lies?
Do you think it's like an ancient aliens sort of thing, where we've got like our technology comes from aliens in the past, or what's your idea on aliens?
I think more so, ancient. I don't know if our technology fully comes from them, in today. But I think that maybe they were here, especially I don't know if you know about the Nazca mummy thing.
Say it again.
the Nazca or Nazca, I can't pronounce it. Mexican mummies, essentially, the bodies that they found there.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Not a lot of news covered it, but supposedly they found alien bodies, mummified bodies in Peru. And they did, a bunch of people actually did DNA research on it, and they found that, yeah, they were real mummies. And 30% of the DNA they can't account for, which is fucking insane. Like, it's literally a non-human thing that's confirmed, and no one talks about it.
So it's something that's, we don't know what it is at all. We don't know what, we can't identify what kind of being it was.
Yeah, it's humanoid, and we just don't know. Like, it's not human. Like 30% of the DNA, we don't know where it comes from. And I think, from what I saw, it said like the largest percent difference in something is like a banana, where we don't know about like what 8% of bananas DNA goes to. Like that's the largest percent of something so far that we can't account for. So 30% would be a huge fucking jump. Again, granted, this is all real, but supposedly, you know, if you look into it, there's some evidence there of non-human beings, at least. There's no real proof that they came from space. Then you could argue, if you look into the Mayan culture, how they talk about sky gods with flying machines, that there's that whole route.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you think? Like, what is the idea there that's like aliens came a long time ago? What if you just had to come up with your own personal theory of what would be the point of that or the purpose? What would you think?
Honestly, the one I have is kind of connected to a religion called Gnosticism. Have you ever heard of
that? I have seen the word, but I can't say I know what it means.
It's hard to say that it's a sect of Christianity, because it's kind of not. Essentially, it was a different take on Christianity, or it was a different philosophy of Christianity, or of Judaism more so, because Christianity is kind of a copy of Judaism. It's really funky. But essentially, do you know anything about the Bible, or just standard Christianity?
It depends on how hard you're going to quiz me, but I have the most basic, most general understanding. I was raised Catholic, but I can't say I paid really close attention.
That's fair. Essentially, do you know like how the Old Testament God seems like a lot more of a dick than the New Testament God?
Sure.
So essentially, there's a reason for that, and it's that in Gnosticism, the Old Testament God isn't God. He's technically Satan describing himself as God and saying he's God, but he's not. And after a few things happen, actual God gets involved, strikes him down, puts another being in charge, and that being creates Jesus, who then tells everyone how to escape this world. Because essentially Satan made this world that we live in, which is supposedly a fucked up version of reality, or it's super close to reality, but because it was made by an imperfect being, it has a lot of flaws in it. And so the point of Jesus was to save us and to give us the knowledge to escape, which is weird. It's actually Buddhism. It's enlightenment. It's self-discovery.
Jesus was reminding us of the real version of reality, the not fucked up version?
Yeah, exactly. Like he was sent by the actual God, which is, if in Gnosticism, it's not even, the actual God isn't God, because it's above a God. It's something that can't be comprehended. And essentially, there's different levels or different dimensions to reality, and we're in the lowest. And you've probably heard a lot, I don't know if you pay attention to much crazy white bitches that mess with crystals, but they'll get into shit like that, where it's like, oh, it's the vibrations, and there's different dimensions of everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of on that level in a way, where there's 8 different dimensions, or there's 9 different dimensions, because the 9th one is that what the fucking original actual God is in. And the goal is to your consciousness to the 8th dimension. And that's essentially the point of Gnosticism, is to escape this world. But in this God's creation, I went off. I really didn't need to explain any of that. Sorry, I'm kind of really fucking high.
It's okay.
And,
I mean, I'll say right
creation.
now, this is well beyond what I can comprehend. I can only understand the reality that I'm living in. What could possibly be the end goal of trying to discover dimensions that are beyond what we're living in? Like what's the purpose of that? What do you gain from that sort of research?
That's a very, very good question. And the answer is, so the fake God who created this reality has us in a reincarnation loop. And that essentially is another thing. It says reincarnation exists. And our souls, so all souls come from other dimensions. But once they're in this one, they're trapped in reincarnation over and over and over, like doomed to live in this fucked up reality over and over, which, depending on how you view it, maybe that's not a bad thing. Because a lot of people like this world. I'm not saying the world's bad by any means, because I love it. I love nature. I love going out. But essentially, the reason there's pain and suffering is because that's how this dimension works. Because we're on the lowest possible dimension, on such the lowest vibrational scale that we can experience pain and suffering and other things like that. And our soul in reality is a much more powerful being that once you escape reincarnation and go back to these other dimensions, you are essentially, you're still kind of yourself, but you remember everything about the actual universe. So the goal is essentially to get back to that point.
So what's the because if we did agree that about that general premise of reality, what would be the I mean, like there is a benefit to living in reality. I mean, like people, it's not like everybody kills themselves and just dies. Like it's not like reality is so painful that we all just need to die and go to some other plane immediately. Like there is happiness. There are things in our reality that we enjoy. So like what's the point of that exactly? Like if there are things that are enjoyable in our reality, what makes us think that this is such a cursed place if we can enjoy it?
Well, that's the thing, because that's what I was trying to get across earlier, is that it's not necessarily a bad thing if you do enjoy the earth. Because again, I think the earth is beautiful, and this reality, it can be beautiful.
And it seems like the majority of people agree with you, even if they're sad. You know, they don't want to kill themselves right now. They aren't like racing to get to the other place.
Exactly, and I think that, because I don't fully believe, I think, in everything Gnosticism has to offer. Based off of a lot of near-death experiences, which there's a lot of YouTube channels I watch of people talking about what they experience after they die.
Yeah.
I feel like Earth, and it's really trippy, definitely a theory, because you can't prove this unless you want to fucking die.
Right.
It seems like Earth is a learning place, and souls know about it and purposefully come here to go through reincarnations to learn lessons and to essentially evolve your soul.
Mm.
Which
So
I think is
it's a
kind of
good
beautiful.
So in that with that belief, it's like it's a pretty important place. That even beyond all this interdimensional shit, it's like there's something special about it that is desirable to actually live as a person.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I 100% think. I mean, even if it was like that wasn't the case, and it was just a really fucked up thing where the world sucks, I still think that there's a desire to live and still experience it. Because the thing is even in Gnosticism, there is a God, or again, whatever is above a God, fucking going into that thing. But if there is a God and he does have a plan, and he knew that this being would create this world and maybe use it to his advantage to help all the souls of every dimension, and use it as a learning place, which I think is kind of beautiful.
I've always loved, I said I was raised Catholic. I always loved when I was a child this idea of of spiritual warfare. It was talked about a lot in church, and I really thought it was cool. Angels and demons, and this sort of this thing that's going on, totally outside of reality. But I never understood, and I still don't understand, like, what does that mean? What is the goal? What is could you give me just yeah, exactly, like what does that mean? It's so hard to comprehend what that could possibly mean, where it's like my whole life is based on reality and living in this world, and there's also this whole other thing. It's so difficult to understand what this other spiritual plane means. Like, what's the goal?
Yeah, because I definitely felt the same way. I was raised uber religious, and I was homeschooled, and we traveled my entire childhood. So my life is very interesting. So my entire life I had that like same feeling of like, there's so much fighting, there's so much shit happening, there's so much shit that's supposedly gonna happen, but really, what's the end point of everything? And that's why I think I kind of fell into Gnosticism, because I felt like it explained a lot. And whenever people get explanations to something that they've been curious about their whole lives, I feel like it's easier for them to fall into those mindsets. Because I'm always careful. I'm trying to be non-biased towards everything. I'm trying to be very careful towards everything. So I don't want to throw all my eggs in a basket, as it said. Very difficult, though, because I feel like I gravitate a lot based off of my biases childhood.
Then do you have just from your life, a personal experience, or of what you personally think is the point or the end game of this whole spiritual thing that's separate from reality?
I don't think I do. I think I'm still searching. Yeah. I mean, I'm 24 years old, and I honestly didn't really know about the world until I was like 19. Because again, I was raised religious, homeschooled, moving around my whole life, super fucking antisocial and weird. So by the time I was 19, I got a job. I was actually figuring out the world, and now I'm 24, and I'm still at that point, which is why I'm not really convinced of anything. But I think religion, I'm more biased towards. So I'm falling back into.
All right, well, hey man, thank you for calling in.
Hey, no, man, it's been great. I love everything you do. Your animations are fucking trippy and awesome.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good one, dude.
You too.
All right, you can call in now, 518-288-7938. We're talking conspiracies. This be good to get to the bottom of the grand conspiracy, not just of reality, but of the entire universe. I feel like we could do it. In this last little section here, before I have to pee again, I think we could do it.
Call from
Johnny Morris.
Hello, Johnny. We're talking conspiracies today.
Hey, buddy. Well, I'm just here. I got alerted that somebody got out, and I just wanted to clear my name a little bit. He was saying I was the Antichrist. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So I just wanted to clear up everything about the fake ducks and everything like that.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
What he had, I believe, elucidated was the idea that our duck decoys are in some way bugged, and this is patently untrue. We just like to hunt and fish and love every day. We don't bug our decoys or anything like that, and we most certainly do not have a decentralized network. I don't even know what that means. I barely even use Photoshop, but a decentralized network of game cameras around the world that allow us to, commit crimes in private and enforced and things like that. There's nothing like that going on. So I just wanted to clarify.
Well, that's very, we appreciate this information. What sort of crimes, he didn't really specify, but what sort of crimes do you think he was talking about that you aren't committing specifically?
I mean, if I was to guess, our motto is we're a place for hunters, fishers, and other liars. I think he's probably, cluing in on that that other liars section. If I was to guess.
That is a little strange. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, nothing in particular. I just, it's important. I just like to be outside, is what I'm trying to say. And sometimes those outdoor locations take me to, remote islands to go bass fishing and places in Alaska that are hundreds of miles from civilization to go bass fishing and, remote places in Brazil to go bass fishing. So it's all about bass fishing primarily.
Right. Bass are all over the globe. You ever, while you're bass fishing in one of these remote locations, I mean, how do you hang out there? How do you have a good time while you're in Brazil bass fishing? I mean, what's going on?
Well, me and Bill Dance and Kevin Van Dam, we like to go to kind of these remote places, and we like to hunt too. They are bass fishermen by trade, but we do some hunting as well. And I don't want to get into the details of exactly what game, we're tracking down out there. People have called me the Walt Disney of hunting and fishing. I want to preserve that image if I can.
What? I don't even know that I understand what that image presents. What, the Walt Disney of bass fishing? You're making films about it, or what does that mean exactly?
Well, I've got kind of a magical aura, I guess you would say. When I started, I was selling reels in the back of my daddy's liquor store, and I moved up to now having $8 billion independently owned, one of the independently most wealthy men in the world. I will say, you don't get that way just by selling lures, my friend. There's some other things that we had to do to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand. I mean, personally, when I think of someone who's, reached the upper echelon of wealth in the world, maybe there's some sort of something we don't know about that led to that wealth. Did you just make that from fishing bass?
Oh yes, and I think what you're alluding to is something along the lines of the Bohemian Grove, something like that. And we've got a couple locations. Our stores are very complex in the front, and they have a facade, we'll say, where we sometimes, sometimes it's a business trip, and sometimes it's for pleasure. But we like to explore back there.
So is there? I mean, I'm not trying to pry, but just it seems like maybe there's some sort of secret society that is going on.
I wouldn't necessarily. I don't know if I'd go that far as a secret society or anything between me and the other, top hunting and fishing and NASCAR, as he mentioned. He was going on about something with NASCAR and how, the Bass Pro sticker, once you put it on our car, they seem to win more. It just makes the car lighter is all. There's nothing shady going on behind the scenes or anything like that with NASCAR either.
Well, that's cool. Disregarding all that, what do you think personally? Do you think there is any kind of conspiracy that's going on in the United States or globally? Do you think this is all a bunch of hogwash, or do you think there's a little something to it?
Oh no, it's absolutely hogwash, my friend. There is everything is by the books. And our books are clean. I will say that, my friend. I've spent time with both of the Bushes. I've spent time with Jimmy Carter, a number of the presidents. And the one thing that I know for sure is these are good guys, and they would not do anything wrong to hurt people.
I find that very reassuring. Thank you for calling in and giving us that info.
Absolutely. I appreciate you so much, Mr. Hour.
All right, have a good one, dude.
You as well. Bye.
That was the CEO of Bass Pro Shops, I guess. Oh, God. All right, call in now, 518-288-7938. This is the last section of the call-in show. We're talking about conspiracies. You could be a real person. You could be a hugely important public figure that has been in hiding for the past several decades, whomever you are, please call in 518-288-7938. It's hard to say, you know, as the host of this show, I'm not claiming to believe or know what is true.
Mike.
Okay. Mike?
Yeah, hello.
Yo, Mike, we're talking about conspiracies today.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm on the show. Well, man, I don't really know about like big conspiracies, right? Like, okay, so I've been listening on and off throughout the day, right? You've been going for like a while now. I think last I called, I was like shopping at like Harbor Freight or something, right? I'm back home now.
Oh,
but
today.
I didn't mean to interrupt you or nothing, but I gotta tell you, I don't really know about like huge conspiracies, right? Because I feel like a lot of the way that this goes is because there's just enough crazy people doing crazy things that you start to draw parallels just because the playing board is so big, right? You know, it's the whole world. It's easy to draw connections, right? But I do think that like small level conspiracies are for sure real, like little local bits, local shit, right? Like okay, so like recently, right? My car got in a hit and run. I live off of a mountain, right? And I have to park my shit on the side of the road. And some jackass nitwit came and he fucking swerved in the wrong lane. And I got it on my cameras. He just mashes the front of my car, right? And he knocks out my headlight and shit, and it's terrible. And normally a headlight repair would be like $50, but he messed up the housing, right? So I can't just slot no fucking new headlight in there. It needs to be like repaired body-wise. So I go to a body shop and I go, Mr. Body Shopman, how much is this? And Mr. Body Shopman tells me, it's only like $1,500 fucking dollars. Like what? What are you talking about? $1,500? Like that was half of what I paid for the car. And they're all grinning and smiling. These fucking mechanics, maybe it's the fucking mechanics. I don't fucking know. All I know is that there hasn't been a car repair that I've had that's been anything better than an oil change, right? That's been less than $300 for like the past 4 years, right? I feel like little things like that are starting to get my goat, and that's how, maybe if it is a big conspiracy, maybe that's how they're whittling me down. Maybe that's how. Everybody talks about everything being so goddamn expensive now, and like, I get it. I don't feel too pissed off if I have to pay like an extra buck for bologna nowadays, right? But it's these fucking specialist types. These specialist types, like mechanics, welders, plumbers, whatnot. I'm furious. I can't afford nothing nowadays, and I get it. You know, these dudes can lug wrenches around and they got to eat, right? Like, I get it. But you can eat off of something a little less than fucking $1,500 for my headlight, right?
So it's the idea that there's not a giant conspiracy, is that these conspiracies are happening on the most local levels, specifically with mechanics.
Yeah, well, I mean, possibly specifically mechanics, but like these little things that add up and drive people fucking bonkers. Like, I bet you that half of these guys that you've been talking to on this show all day wouldn't be half as pissed off at the world that they were if they weren't having to pay so much goddamn money for little things like Wi-Fi and utilities and bills and all of that shit. It's just that now that everything is so much more privatized, it's even on these local levels, because everybody says that, you know, everything's privatized. It's BlackRock. It's these huge companies. Now, somebody should talk about these fucking, like the electrical companies, whoever these local electrical fuckers are. I hate these guys. They charging me fucking ass over head. It's ridiculous. Or this, like, you know what I got in my headlight right now, Mr. Hour? I got a $30 Walmart flashlight. That's a different conspiracy. But I got a flashlight there, right? And that thing is like zip tied in there because at least like when I'm driving at night, they see a light there and they don't pull me immediately over, right? But it's just ridiculous. I don't like it at all. You know, another good conspiracy thought, all these like extra regulations are there to help bolster these insanely expensive fucking things that I got to pay for. You know, I wouldn't, you know, Headlights, right? Regulations for headlights. They say my headlight got to be 500 lumens in order for it to be on the highway, right? That's like a measure of brightness. I say, okay, what else do I have that's 500 lumens that I can turn on and off remotely, right? My flashlight here is like 1300, right? Why isn't this shit good enough? Why can't I just stuff this stuff onto here? Why do I got to follow all these regulations and stuff like that? They tell me, oh, you can have that flashlight on here, but you're going to have to pass inspection eventually. And so I know that eventually Brother Law is going to come and just fucking strong arm me into having to go fucking get the body work done to replace the headlight, because then they're going to not let my car be on the road. So long as the light was there and shining out there, it doesn't matter if it's all pretty and sitting in a housing, you know? It's remote control and it signals and everything, you know? It's perfect. Rat bastards, that's what I say, Mr. Howard.
So there's no way to avoid it. If you're going to go anywhere and you need a car to go places, otherwise you're going to be taking the train, which is run by the government, or the planes, which is run by the government, you gotta play by the rules.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it isn't difficult to play by the rules. I don't want to say that. I think that everybody can play by the rules, but it's just these rules are getting awful strict, and they're piling up in massive, massive amounts, you know? And it just, you start to have to pay fees and fines over and on top of each other. I mean, and over way more silly things than just my flashlight shit, you know? It's just so much, and I feel like it's all just because all of these people need to nickel and dime you to death. You know, oh shit! Do you pay your car insurance, Mr. Hour? Do you? That's like a good one.
I sold my car because I was sick of paying car insurance.
But like, legitimately though, why? Like the state says that you have to have it. You have to have it. And it can't be through, well, I feel like if it's something that they say I have to have it, then it should be something that's run more federally and therefore cheaper for all these poor little folks out here like me, right? Instead, they're like, you have to have it. And the only options are all of your delightful privatized companies. I got to go fucking gargle fucking Flow from Progressive's labia in order to get any kind of shit on my car. And Flow's price for labia gargling is like $300 a month. Fuck you, right? Yeah. Or you know, even on the cheaper ends of the spectrum, like, you know, $175. That's, wow, thank God. Thank God I'm paying like 3 different cable subscriptions for my one car, right? You know, and it's a necessity. Like you were saying, it's a necessity. I can't do shit without my shitty. You know, I drive
the state. The state is what makes that a necessity. They say you got to have it or else you don't get a license. I stopped paying my car insurance for in New York because I was barely using my car, and my license immediately got suspended, and I had to bring my plates to the DMV. There was a very quick response to be like, you are not allowed to drive anything because you are not paying car
insurance. They make you do that frog march up there. They shame you, make you stand in that line. That's your punishment, Mr. Allen. That's what you have to stand in line at our fucking DMV. I had some shit where I had a car that I didn't even, wasn't even driving anymore, right? But and I canceled insurance on it because I didn't own the car. I wasn't driving it. I wasn't doing nothing with it. It was just sitting dead in my lot, right? It was like a Ford Taurus with a beautiful, a plant grew through it. You know, the engine wasn't moving. It'd been sitting there that fucking long. And then I come back ages later. I've bought a new car because I finally have a car that I'm going to start driving. It's this same shitty Pontiac, right? And I'm going to put insurance on it. And they tell me that I need to pay a $600 reinsuring fee. I'm like, why on earth would I need to do that? And they're like, well, you've been driving that one vehicle around uninsured this whole time. I'm like, what are you talking about? What vehicle? And they're like, we've got a red Taurus on our file. Apparently, since I hadn't gone and explicitly told everybody that car was no longer running, because apparently I have to go tell everybody every single bit of my business, including whether or not my car is running. Since I hadn't told them that the car was dead and sitting in some lot and nobody was driving it, they just assumed I had it on the road without insurance, and now to reinsure this new car, I had to pay this fucking massive fee, right? Little things like that. I know that maybe that doesn't sound as local level as I guess the word local would make it sound like, but I don't feel like they're hiding like aliens and shit from us, right? But I do feel like that they're doing dumb shit to my fucking bills on local levels like this, you know?
Right. Just
It's
figuring
infuriating.
every possible way to extract a little more cash from you.
A little more, just a little more. I'm furious. What am I to do? You're in the right thought process here, not fucking owning a car. Where are you in New York? This number says it's New York. Are you in New York, man?
I can't say. Legally, I can't say where I am right now.
That's fair. But going off the assumption that you were a beautiful New York man, like if you were in a spot that had good like public transportation, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and it would be fantastic, and we'd both be feeling fucking rosy. But you know, I live on a mountain, and you live wherever you live, right? And I'm jealous because I have to live on my fucking mountain and drive my fucking car with my fucking flashlight.
It's a horrible world we live in. Hey, thanks for calling in.
Of course. Glad to talk to you, Mr. Howard. You have a good one.
All right, you have a good one. All right, that's going to be all for today. Thanks to everyone who called in. Good show. Always good to talk about conspiracies. You know, maybe this should just be the permanent topic of the show because this is really fun to talk about. I love talking about conspiracies. That's all for today. Thanks everyone who called in. We're gonna be calling it quits right now. All the music from the stream, as you can see on the screen, is from TohLPeaks. If you go to the description of this video, you can find a link to their SoundCloud, find all the music that we played on the stream. Thanks again for everyone who called in, everyone who listened, and I hope you have a great day. And I hope, you know, you fight against the power, whatever it may be. I hope you cancel your car insurance. I hope you, I don't want you to, hurt anybody, a real person. But also, try also not to get too crazy and think that, like people aren't people and they're actually some sort of plant or something. You know what we think. Just be normal. Not normal. I take it all back. Never mind. Forget it. Never mind. All right. Have a good night.
Your mission is to eliminate all this on the earth.